different camera than last time.
Yep, back to basics, and I'm grateful that my basics are good.
Oh yeah, is that up at Uncle Bruce's?
Yeah, yeah, everything's up there.
Okay.
Everything, yeah, I was able to get. I still have my one of my video cameras, a tripod, and a lavalier microphone. That's the extent of it. So
All
at
right.
least I have that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. How you doing, man?
fine. You know, there's a lot of stuff happening in Wisconsin right now. You
Yeah,
probably have
with
seen. So,
yeah,
yeah. So it's kind of yeah intense. That's why I'm wearing my Bucks hoodie because the Bucks um refused to play today,
mm,
which was really big, and they boycotted the game, and then also the Brewers, the baseball team, did too. So
oh wow, good.
they're kind of two unprecedented things to happen in professional sports. So yeah, it's kind of intense. Kind of intense. So
Yeah, man, that video is just unbelievable. I mean,
well, and then you saw last night that uh, what happened last night then too.
no, maybe not. Well, because there was the video of that cop shooting that guy in the back like seven
Yeah,
times. What
yeah,
else?
and
What else
then
happened?
well, last night, well, there were a bunch of um, white kids with like assault rifles who were like went to the protest last night, and a lot of people think they were working with the police. And one kid who was 17 ended up killing two people and then shooting another couple of people with like literally an assault rifle. A 17-year-old kid from Illinois drove up last night to meet up with this group, this Facebook group, and ended up killing two people. And then literally there's a video, so there's video of all that. And then there's a video of him walking up down the middle of the street, and everyone's like, "That's the shooter! That's the shooter!" And the cops just roll by him, and the kid's almost like basically giving himself up. He's like to the police, and they just drove right past him, and they just let him go. And then he got a ride or drove off, and then he went back to Illinois, and he got arrested in Illinois today. So literally, this person shot people. Like I don't think it was completely unprompted. I think there was a lot of like an escalation of things happening, but this 17-year-old kid murdered two people and shot a couple other people, and the cops literally just let him go.
Good God.
Um, so yeah, that's just another thing that happened on top of it. So, and I know some people that were down there because it's only like 40 minutes away from here. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's a pretty intense situation. So um, yeah, wild world right now. So
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding, man. It's almost like this year was just the year everyone was anticipating all this type of stuff was going to happen, and it was boiling. This was the year everything just boiled over. Everything, everything that you could expect to happen is happening right now.
right, all the prophecies of the last like 30 years, with 2012 and everything else in there, just happening in one year
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah, yeah, and then 8 years later, yeah, and it's oh my
It's
god,
perfect. It's the perfect horrible storm. And then speaking of storms, there's a fucking hurricane about to hit.
yeah,
Later tonight, I think.
yeah, two of them.
Yeah. So, any right off the bat, any no update on Uncle Bruce's house? Like they
Yeah,
just
there is an update. So far, their house is still standing. I'm
wow.
getting little pictures and updates of the property because their neighbor Dick is a works with the fire department in Santa
Okay.
Cruz, and so he has sort of been their inside man, giving them the information. Last we heard, uh, the fires had reached basically their house. The neighbors, like the way their house is, positioned, it's sort of like parallel to the main road, but there's like another house closer to the main road, and then their house is like a little bit further over. And that house that's
Uh-huh.
closer to the main road, they have a tennis court that's right in their backyard that you can see from, Uncle Bruce's driveway. And apparently the fire was pretty much just raging on the other side of the tennis court. I don't know if their house is still up or not, but the fire was starting to leap across the tennis court into their property, and they had these water tanks, these big water tanks in their backyard, which I always thought were for um, just like drinking water for their
Hmm.
house because they have taken a lot of steps to be self-sufficient, but actually that's not what they're for. They're for the fire department, and since their property, just the way it works, those tanks are, if the fire department ever needed access to water, that's what that's for. So apparently the neighbor was able to link into that and just start putting the fire out like right before it got to his house.
Wow.
um, I don't know what the state of it is right now. It's really hard to tell. That the whole area is completely um, blocked off. The National Guard is there now because people are apparently looting up in
Yeah.
these mountain houses. Um, I don't know how prevalent it is. I know that there were, I think, 8 people arrested for going into these people's houses that had evacuated just to get a
Yeah.
bunch of their shit. Um, Uncle
Yeah.
Bruce is trying to get up there to get there. They had, I feel bad for them because they just, I don't know, they weren't thinking when they could have been spending more time preparing
Uh-huh.
while my dad was up there, but they, just kind of like assumed the fires were not so bad because the smoke wasn't there. But then it started getting really bad, and so it was like 3 in the morning. They had to. The cops actually came to the neighbor's house, which is Laura and her husband Forrest. Let them know like you're evacuating. It's time to go, and they had basically 45 minutes to get all to get out.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
so they were able to get a suitcase full of stuff and their computers and I think some basic paperwork information.
Uh-huh.
He wants to get back up there because the water tanks are running on a generator that has automatic settings on it. And the thing, I mean, my dad's trying to convince Uncle Bruce to go up there to get somebody to take him up there to make sure that that is still working properly for them if
Okay.
they need it, like if the fire department needs it. Also, he wants to go up and get more things out of the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then like, they're not letting anybody in. And my dad's like, well, just like see if you can go up with your neighbor Dick and you can like hide in the back seat and then you could just like take your car and drive out of there. And Uncle Bruce is like, yeah, how's that gonna look? I'm just gonna go up there, grab all Alex's gear, and like drive away. They're gonna think I'm stealing this from somebody.
But, yeah.
So
And it's just yeah, they probably just can't let people just go up there. It's such a huge liability, and
big time.
it's obviously dangerous too. So
It is. I mean, the whole place is just like hell on earth. They were originally, this is the other update, which is pretty crazy, is that they're originally estimating the people would be able to start going back up to their homes to see, the damage. Because a lot of the
yeah,
people just have no clue if their
right,
house is
right,
still there. Just looking at the maps, it's insane. Like their house is right in the middle of a little, like you described, like a protective bubble. There was just like a
yeah,
little, all the fires were raging, just except right there. And so apparently now they're not going to be letting people back up there for at least 2, possibly 3, 4 months.
months. Wow.
Months, yeah, because I mean there might be a possibility for people to go back up if the fires are done, but in terms
Yeah,
of living there, all of
yeah,
the power lines, utilities, everything runs through those redwood forests, and
mhm.
it's just the most difficult terrain you could imagine trying to redo all that shit. So they're saying it's gonna, for most people that don't have solar power or battery backup or anything like that, you won't be able to go live there for a while.
Yeah. That makes more sense when you put it that way. For everything to get kind of rebuilt back up. And Uncle Bruce, they have some solar panels though, right? Or
They do. Like when I was up there, when this all started due to a fucking fire tornado, which is just like absolutely insane. Um, they lost power. We lost power at like 2:45 or 2:30 in the morning, 2:45. I was looking up flashlights on Amazon because I realized like I didn't have any flashlights. I'm really stoned. I'm thinking like, oh man, I
yeah,
gotta get prepared. And and then all the power goes out. Okay, makes sense. And then 15 minutes later, all of a sudden, dude, sounded like a fucking freight train was coming through the backyard. It was insane. Like I have the first thing that my mind went to was, which was silly to think about now, but I thought it was like a shockwave from a nuclear explosion in some city in the distance. It was just like I'm just like, what the fuck is going on outside? I opened up the door, and all of the air just sucked. Like I almost pulled me out like a little bit. The air just sucked out of the room. The screen door flew open. The bathroom door that was open in the behind me slammed shut, scared the shit out of me and the dogs. I could shine my flashlight out there, saw debris falling out of the sky and lightning, and um,
Shit. So
I was
wait,
like,
what was that?
it was a tornado.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it was actually a tornado. Like at first, I thought it was like a shockwave because I'm like, what the fuck could that possibly be? And then I started hearing. Then I started getting really paranoid. I started hearing really weird noises, and I'm like looking out the window. I'm like, what the fuck's going on out there? Is this the aliens? Is it a tornado? Like it has to be something completely unusual. It's
Yeah.
not just like a normal storm. And then sure enough, the next day, because Uncle Bruce and Aunt Margaret wasn't there, but Uncle Bruce usually sleep outside on a bed like above the stars. So he was like laying down out there. We got a late, we're working pretty late. So he was laying there and the thunderstorm started happening and then it started to rain. He thought it was rain, but it was just debris. It was like pine cones and leaves and just dirt and shit just like falling out of the sky. And it was like, what the fuck is going on? So the next morning we were like, must have been a tornado. And sure enough, it was. There actually was a tornado. And we're thinking that, or at least I think, it was like, when you're standing out on his back patio and you can see through there's like the bunch of trees, you can just see out all the way to Monterey Bay, like just if you're
Yeah.
standing out in their back porch. I think the tornado just was like right there, like in that opening where that big opening is, just went right through there. It was crazy, man. It was like
Holy cow.
a very unreal feeling.
Yeah, I bet. Uh, yeah, it's so you. There's nothing you can do about that.
No. And that's great. You brought it up too, like how on that one of those last podcasts, you, me, and Mare were joking about fire tornadoes in California.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fucking, it happened. It's happening.
and I think I saw there were like 1,100 unique like lightning strikes too, or something like that during that time.
Mm,
So there, so if it wasn't enough that everything was on fire, there was fucking lightning strikes like happening left and right.
yeah, and sure, you could. I mean, I'm not a meteorologist, but from what I understand, when you have that type of heat wave going on, it can affect the weather patterns and the electrostatic activity in the air and whatnot.
Mhm.
But yeah, I was like, before I, went to bed like that night and laying down there and just being like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, all the conspiracy theories are running through my head. Like,
Yeah,
was this a directed energy weapon? And like, blah, blah, blah. Like, we're under attack. Oh my God. And now it's like everything's on fire.
yeah.
It's, so crazy,
At
man.
least everybody got out of there. I mean
Yeah.
so at least in the area, right? At least in Uncle Bruce's area, everybody got out of there.
Yeah, I think so. I think mostly everyone got out. But yeah, like Sally and Brian, their house is gone. Just ashes in the dirt now. It's crazy how like quickly and powerfully this fire puts, destroys everything.
Yeah,
And it's all the redwood trees too. It's just so sad. It's just you know, it's like on
yeah,
top of everything else that's going on.
right. Yeah, I mean it does stay in the theme though of kind of 2020 showing how fragile everything is.
Hmm.
On multiple levels. From your job, your economy, your house, Mother Nature, your life. If you're a black person, like it's just everything is not nearly as safe or comfortable as we thought it was.
Yeah. Yeah, and you got this crazy like election shit going on,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
like it's just a big circus. I mean, it's I really, the way it seems, I mean, yeah, I would joke about it, but I mean, top this year off with some kind of alien event, just like would make sense. Like that would be the time to do it. If you're gonna do it now. Just
yeah.
fucking
I
add
mean,
it.
throw it in there. Yeah, I mean, if anybody, if a big reason we would always hear from the channelers, our messages from Bashar or whatever, they they haven't come, kind of known because of our inability to handle it, well. We wouldn't be able to handle our shit. It's like if we took too much. Someone who takes too much mushrooms where they're not used to it. Is you don't give them too much because they're gonna freak out. But at this point, I feel like, yeah, like you said, in line with this year and just how things have, um, you know, trans- transpired, it's just we're kind of in such an accepting state of being. Everybody just like, yeah,
Yeah.
fine. What's next? Like, bring. So if it did happen, I feel like, whereas at the beginning of the year, people would have been like, but now they might just be like, of course.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah.
kind of better fit to have, because everything is, the abnormality is becoming normal. So just things that are crazy and unprecedented are becoming normalized things. So to have something like that, even if it was, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all if it was like a mass sighting. But I don't know about the timing as far as the intention of they to.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Something's happening.
It's a hurricane.
Okay, I think we're good. It's a
Awkward.
hurricane. Could be anything. Yeah, yeah, you're right, man. It's
Yeah, I just don't know if that would take away from us solving our issues if they came, or if they were there was I guess it depends on the severity of the sighting, but yeah, it would definitely be a perfect way to cap up this
yeah,
year as another Phoenix Lights kind of thing.
yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure. Act like the real legit aliens, like the Pleiadians or whatever Arcturians, Brotherhood of Light, Brother Space, David Wilcox from the Sixth Dimension coming down. Like I don't know about that, but like alien event in the sense that some sort of revealing of technology in a way that where it's like, holy shit, aliens, and then they land, and then it's like, and then like Donald Trump gets off the ship, and it's like, hey guys, like check out our new rides. I told you we're building up the military. Our military's better than before. Check out the new military, and everybody like, what the fuck? And be like, oh yeah, by the way, we have this device. We're gonna call it the Trump battery that you can put inside your car, and China was gonna release it, but now we got it because we've been waging. Like if they did some crazy shit like that, that would make more sense to me than
Yeah, agreed.
the good guys coming down and like intervening because like even if in a crisis, I don't know if people are you know want that necessarily. I think it's like people wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know if people are like, yeah, bring it on, because that's like, talk about the ultimate unknown icing on the cake.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Be careful what you wish for. And yeah, as far as what happens with whoever's in power right now, like, yeah, I don't think we've seen anywhere near the worst of it, or the craziest part of it yet, because we still got what, 9 weeks till the election or something like that. September, October, yeah, something like that. And they're only getting more and more backed into a corner, so I'm sure that they're going to pull out
Yeah.
all the stops, and I'm sure they do have an actual Trump card, like a full on last resort
Trump card. Yeah.
measure. Yeah, just something so beyond that nobody else would ever even think of doing. He'd be like, you know what, just do it, bring it out. Yeah, bring out the spaceship. Let's do it. We'll land it on the lawn. I can honestly, even though you just made that situation up, but him coming out of a spacecraft would just be the ultimate Donald Trump thing, of all time. Like, him like descending from the
Yeah.
craft, like,
Yeah. Yeah. I come in peace. Like,
and
what
he'd,
the fuck?
he'd be the true, false prophet, like second coming illusion,
Yeah.
anti-Jesus, he would be the Antichrist officially, but
Oh, for
I think he
sure.
already kind of is. But
Yeah, and they start projecting like holograms of Jesus in the sky over like Jerusalem and
yeah,
Allah and like Saudi Arabia, just like everyone in the world looking up at these crazy holograms. Like, you know, it's like
yeah,
yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all. Not
especially like, yeah, during the election or like the day of the election, to do something like that just to get people not to, anything obviously not for people not to vote at this point. They're doing whatever they possibly can
Yeah.
to, put the election at risk. Oh, we have to cancel the election. There's aliens. Sorry, like
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry.
Yep. The aliens land on the White House, and they said all the Democrats are evil, so we have to cancel the election to save the world.
Yep. I
Yep.
would not be surprised.
Yeah, like wouldn't be surprised either. It's just as the days go on, it's like the slow falling apart of of the world. I mean, it's happening faster than it ever has, but all of these things are happening. And even it was so crazy, man. Like up at Uncle Bruce's, we would get before that all happened, and we'd be hanging out, and at the end of the day, it's so hot. It's like 100 degrees all day. And we'd get into political conversations, talk about the voting, and talk about this, talk about that, and it would, always result in one of these like kind of stalemates of like, yeah, here we are, this is what's going on, and it's fucked up. And then Uncle Bruce would be like, yeah, but like look out the window, see, like the Clintons aren't running around in the backyard, are they? I'm like, nope, I don't think so. And he's like, all right, well, as long as it's not in the backyard, we're fine because we're safe here. And then like 3 days later, the fires were raging.
Yeah, it's not the Clintons. It's a fire tornado.
Yes, yeah,
Like
that ain't the
like our
Clintons.
it's like our old saying. That's not Jesus. It's a tidal wave.
That's right. It's not Jesus. It's a tidal wave. It's not the Clintons. It's a fire tornado. Oh my god! Wow, talk about the like long-awaited sequel expression to that.
Yeah.
It's not Jesus. It's a tidal wave. Look, it's Jesus. Oh my god! I forgot about
Uh,
that. Oh man. Yeah, we should go back and buy that house. Like if a second housing market collapses and like all the houses just drop in price, like big
yeah.
time, we should just buy that house.
Yeah. I'm down. Dude, I found. I was gonna email it or send it to you, but how there were a million Los Alamoses. They're all like ours. Like but just like disconnected because they're all like cul-de-sacs. I
Yeah.
found a house on Los Alamos that was like a 3 or 4 bedroom that would. I was gonna send it to you jokingly, but I was like, but it actually could work. But obviously, it's available like next month. But
It's on Los Alamos though,
yeah, it was on
like
Los
on
Alamos.
that street.
Yeah, and I don't think this. I don't think our Los Alamos, but it was
Oh,
in.
right. How it's like that
Yeah,
road
yeah.
is broken up.
It
So it's
wasn't
like
our.
like a parallel
Yes,
version of
exactly.
that. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh,
But
that'd be
yeah,
cool. Yeah.
yeah. There were a couple. Yeah, yeah. I'm like we've said. I'm kind of open to wherever living out there, but who knows at this point what's going to be.
Yeah. Who knows, man?
Yeah.
Lot of shit's up in the air right
But
now.
yeah, February is still my plan. So FYI, just
Okay.
barring anything actually crazy.
Yeah. All jokes aside.
But yeah, and then the other part of the plan would be, I think, coming out to hang out like in the middle of December with you, and then we could hopefully find a place for February 1st. Like if I stay for 4 or 5 days or something like that, we can go house hunting,
Okay.
and then hopefully lock down a place for February.
Yeah.
If that works for you still.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Works for
and then
me.
I can get an Airbnb a couple of those days, like me, you, and Mayor were talking about, because I know you just got your
Yeah.
your little place here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't really party or the ghosts come out at
Yeah,
10
no,
p.m.
yeah, all good. Yeah, no, we'll find a place. But yeah, so that's still in line. Just to kind of reconfirm that to you, but
Good.
everything between now and then, I don't know. So
Yeah. Anything could happen. Yeah.
uh,
Hold on one second. I'm gonna grab some water.
sure, sure. I'll be here. Hi, pups. Poopy. Thor. Thor.
Alrighty. There was a
How are the pups doing?
documentary. Oh, they're doing good. They're doing good. Yeah, it was sad not having them here for like 2 weeks. Seemed a
Yeah.
lot longer. Um, but yeah, they're doing good. I was just down at my parents, and I'm getting these warts removed off my feet. It's been taking like it's almost 2 months now, and they're still like still there. And so I
You
go
have to go
down
in.
and yeah, yeah. They could have he could have done like a thing where they numb my foot and then just burn them off, but that would leave like gaping holes in my feet, and then I'd have to use crutches for a period of time, and it's not
Uh,
exactly convenient, especially being upstairs with no elevator.
right.
But yeah, the dogs are doing good. Bambi and Loki are good. Um, they enjoy being up here. I try to live vicariously through them sometimes. Like if I start getting like all crazy, I just go hang out with them, and they don't know what the hell's going on, or if they do, they know better than to be freaking out about stupid shit, about the
Uh,
shit you can't control. Um, yeah, yeah, but they're doing good. How are your pups doing?
good. Yeah. They love it here, so they never really have a problem. They're doing just dandy. It's a little bit too hot for Machiavelli right now, but yeah, they're all loving life.
Yeah, how are your parents doing?
Pretty good. My mom's just gearing up for school right now.
Whoa, how's
Um,
how's that going to work? Is it going to be online or?
as of now, they're doing like half. They're doing half online, half not. So each kid, they're going to be like for each grade, you're basically going to have two sections for each class. So the classes will all be half the size. So like if you're in group A, you go to school Monday and Tuesday, and then you have virtual days Wednesday and Thursday, and then it's vice versa. And then Friday is like a catch up virtual day, kind of like free day, to sort out issues. So there's only like 10 kids in a class, and they're putting up plexiglass
Oh wow.
and making sure nobody's in the hallways. So they're doing everything that they can to make it work in the classroom. But you know, they're
Dude,
they're they know in the back of their mind that it might not work. So
yeah.
but at least they're being smart about it. Like I don't know if you've seen there's some schools in the South that are just taking no precautions at
No
all.
precautions.
So at least my mom's school is really doing the best that they can. So I appreciate that, and it makes me feel a little bit better for her because I don't feel like she's really at risk because she will be, kind of protected and in her own little bubble and with a mask and a face mask and stuff like that. So she's adjusting, but it's not easy, obviously. So,
Yeah.
but they're both doing good. Did your mom have a good birthday?
She did, yeah. The what did we do? My dad was on his way back down from Santa Cruz, so I came down from Hollywood. Was there before he got home, and I was gonna take her out to dinner, but that night we ended up I just like ordered her takeout. She didn't really want to go out,
Uh,
um, and yeah, we just hung out and got pretty drunk with my parents consecutive nights in a row.
all right.
Uh, I got my mom an air fryer for her birthday.
Yeah, what is that? You told me that. I don't know what an air
Yeah,
fryer is.
it's basically a convection oven. It
Oh,
goes
okay.
on your counter, but it's designed like a deep fryer, but you don't use oil. So it's got the basket that you pull out of it, and you throw things into it, and it generates heat, but it has fans in it that blows the heat around on the inside. So it's not just
Uh,
cooking and heat; it's just like high intensity heat wind in there, basically. So you can make like anything that you can pretty much make anything in there, but like stuff that you would normally deep fry or fry. I made French toast in it one morning. Came out really good. Comes out crispy.
nice.
Yeah, yeah, she was happy about it. Um, and yeah, yeah, spent some good quality time with them. They're doing. My mom can see again. She's at work.
Awesome.
She's still very uncomfortable with all the other stuff that's going on. It's not exactly 100%, but yeah, she's doing a hell of a lot better. Yeah,
Awesome. That's good to
yeah.
hear.
And how about your sister? How's your sister doing?
She's doing really well too. My dad just took her back to Chicago a couple days ago, and this is the first time, since my birthday last year, so 8 or 10 months. Um, we're just gonna leave her there now. So she's kind of like, because she's been staying here and going back and forth from here in Chicago. But now she's passed, the last. They say, after 6 months, you have to wait after your last kind of episode until you can kind of see if things are getting better and you're allowed to drive and stuff like that. So I think she's like about 7 months past her last thing, and she's been doing really good. So she's back in Chicago by herself, and
At like her
um,
apartment, or
yeah, at her apartment.
that's awesome.
So she can work, obviously from there. Chicago is still kind of very closed still, so there's not a lot of businesses open for her to like call on. But it's yeah, she's finally feeling confident enough that she could, not have to be on beck and have someone on beck and call for her and worried about her or whatever. So that's a big step for her. So if she keeps doing well and things are fine, then she's can start finally getting back into normal life for herself, um, which is good. So it could have been a lot worse. So
Yeah. Oh, that's great, man. I'm very
yeah,
happy to hear that.
yeah. So we got her kind of getting back on her feet, and my mom get back into school, and then there's just me, just kind of sitting here.
Yeah.
Like I kind of want to take a like a mini road trip. I think maybe I told you, at least for my birthday, for a couple of days or something like that, just to get out and get away. But it's who knows. I
Yeah.
am though. So Bill and Ted comes out Friday
I know.
or tomorrow. Yeah. So my buddy Steve just bought like the, I don't know, pay-per-view or whatever the fuck it's called these days,
Oh,
but bought
right.
it.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go over to his house. He's gonna project it outside onto his garage. So we're gonna go watch that on
Oh,
Friday.
dude.
So pretty excited.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
man. Wow. Well, couldn't have had a better time for this movie to come out.
exactly. I totally agree.
They
I
really
was
did a good
watching.
job on that.
I was watching the interview yesterday. They were both online, and the interviewer was a little bit older than us, but he was like, I've been waiting since I think the second one came out in '91 or something like that. He's like, I've been waiting this long, for the movie, and he got an early viewing of it so we could talk to these guys. And he's like, this is the best time for this movie to be coming out. So like that was like the silver lining. He's like, this movie is perfect for what people need right now.
Oh,
Because this year is basically us facing the music, which is what the movie's called. We're finally coming face to face with all these things that we've kind of ignored before. But we're coming to face the music with Bill and Ted, so it's
oh,
a little bit
thank
nicer.
God. Yeah, we needed Bill and Ted now.
We
This is so
do. Yeah.
good.
Oh, and I
Yeah.
saw something recently which is hilarious. So like in Bill and Ted 2, the station,
Yeah.
that was a typo apparently, because it was like in the original script, it was like they were at the police station, and then like they accidentally like copy and pasted station again, or like left it in there after they deleted something, so station was just in there. And then I think they were just fucking around one night rereading it, being like, station, what the fuck is this? And then they were just like, station. And then it turned into whatever it turned into. So
No
I thought
way.
that
Oh
was,
man, because that's such a huge part of that movie. Those characters just be station. Ah, station.
I
Which
mean, it
way
makes
to
no
God
fucking
station?
sense.
Oh my God, that is too funny. Wow. Yeah, I saw a couple of those interviews with the two of them, and just watching the trailers. I'm trying not to watch too much about it because I want to try to
Same.
go into it cold as much as possible. Um, yeah. Oh, that's gonna be good. Yeah, the 28th, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Yeah. I wonder. There's got to be. I mean, because it's open in some theaters. There are some theaters open. I don't know of any theaters
Yeah,
that are open around here.
I
I
don't think they're
heard.
here.
Yeah, I forgot who was I talking to that had. I was talking to Jeremy Aquilino in New York. He was saying upstate a little bit. They have some drive-in movie theaters. He said he saw Inside Out and shit, what was the other one? He saw some other movie in drive-in theaters. Like that could be a
Yeah.
good thing to
Yeah, where
start
my
working
dad
on.
where my dad plays baseball, like I don't know, half hour from here, they kind of set one of those big one drive-in thing in their parking lot. So they're playing like two or three movies there a day. But I haven't been to any of them yet. But I don't think they're playing anything new. I think it's
Right.
all like kids movies during the day and then older classic movies, at nighttime. But it's still awesome. God, it's crazy to think that we haven't seen a movie in a theater for probably since almost a year, maybe for me. No,
Really?
no, actually, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. That's a lie. That's a lie. It was probably like in February. So yeah, I guess it's
Same.
only 6 months, but
But still, I don't
yeah,
think it's ever been this long in my life. I've
yeah,
gone
same,
6 months without going to the movie theater,
same.
even to see like a one movie
Shitty
every
movie.
6 months. Yeah, some shitty movie. Yeah,
Yeah.
like last two movies I saw. Last movie I saw was Sonic the Hedgehog,
Oh yeah, I still
and
haven't seen that.
which is it was good. It
Yeah,
was definitely not bad. And then The Invisible Man as well. Saw that.
yeah. I don't remember the last one I saw. Uh, oh, wasn't there a big movie? What big movie came out? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But have you seen the updated preview for two things for Tenet and for Batman? Have you seen those previews?
I saw the Batman one. I've not seen the Tenet one yet. Does it look good?
Yeah, it's just Christopher Nolan, cool,
Yeah.
really cool backward shots.
Yeah.
I'm still not sold on. I don't remember Denzel Washington's son. I should learn his name. Um,
Oh yeah, from Black Klansman.
yeah, I'm not really sold on him as an actor, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it looks amazing. It's going to look amazing no matter what. I just hopefully it won't be too. It seems like it could be one of those things where it's like there's too much going on, too complicated, too much exposition needed. It's like it's going backwards, but it's going forwards, and you have to catch this, and it's like, or it'll be like a really simple idea. I'm not sure. It just seems like it's kind of like a memento as like a on steroids.
Yeah, like Memento with Inception.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, the first trailer I saw of it, I was kind of like, I'm sure it's gonna look cool. It'll be visually interesting for sure, but like, I don't know, the time travel element of it, at least from that moment in the trailer, of course, was probably out of context, but it just seemed a little like, who? Wait a minute, who shot those bullets? I still have all the bullets in my gun. It's like we haven't shot them yet. Like, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But obviously, if it's you won't get it until you see the movie, no matter what. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
it could be awesome. Who knows?
yeah, I'm sure it'll be badass, but I'm not sold on it yet. But yeah, the Batman trailer looks. I'm
Yeah,
pretty excited about that.
yeah, definitely. Tom Patterson seems like a really good Batman for sure.
Um,
Did I get his name wrong? Is
Not
it John?
Tom
Is it John
Pattinson,
Pattinson?
Robert,
Robert Pattinson.
right?
Rob, Tom, John.
Yeah, no, he. I like him. I like him. Robert. Yeah, I like him
Yeah,
as an actor.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. I
not
do too.
not obviously not Twilight, but
You've seen Lighthouse, right?
no, I haven't yet.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch that. That movie's good.
Yeah.
If you want to have a crazy, double feature,
Oh,
watch
that and Summer.
and Midsommar. Yeah, watch Lighthouse and then Midsommar, and just like, good luck sleeping for the next week.
Yeah, thanks. No, no, thanks.
Yeah.
Jesus. I cut you off a while ago. You said you watched a documentary or you saw a documentary. You were gonna say.
Oh, yeah. It was when you were talking about Bashar earlier. There's a documentary about Bashar, I think, on Amazon. I gotta find it. It's pretty interesting about the guy that, what's his name, Jordan
Daryl.
Daryl Arnyuk or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It's a pretty interesting documentary about channelers and mediums and Bashar and how he got into channeling Bashar, how he like how Bashar discovered him, and he talks about his UFO experience. Excuse me, UFO experiences that he's had that led to that. It's pretty interesting documentary.
I may have seen it. Did he like produce it?
He might have. He
'Cause
might
I
have.
think he because I think originally he wanted to be a filmmaker,
Yeah.
and then his career got sidetracked. So I think he might have actually directed or at least partially directed that. If it's the same one
Yeah.
I'm thinking of.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Because he mentioned that as well. Um,
Good old
yeah.
Bashar.
Yeah, man. Took me back to the house. Those were just like that's when I was listening to Bashar on more of a regular basis.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I'm
It's good to have
really
that.
yeah. He's been consistent. Like, and I
Yeah.
remember. So I remember there's been a lot of Bashar prediction videos over the years. When people ask him questions, at the Q&A afterwards, a lot of people will be like, oh, what's the next 10 years hold, or when are the aliens coming, like this kind of stuff. And I vividly remember him saying in 2019 there's going to be another thing, but they were calling it, they didn't know how to like perceive it in the same way that they could perceive 9/11 was going to happen, but they didn't know how. They just saw it like energetically, so they thought maybe that was going to be like something atomic. They just could see it, imagining it in an energy field, so they couldn't see that it was planes and buildings and people dying that way, but they knew there was a big loss of life about to happen in some way or another. And in that same vein, they made a prediction about 2019, but they kind of phrased it as like a terrorist attack or another big thing happening in 2019. And I remember listening to that in like 2010 or 2012 and being like worried about it, but then kind of forgetting about it. And then after after this year, I was like, oh fuck, that was
That was it.
that was the flu. That's the pan.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now.
Yeah.
And then I also remember I went back because a lot of those videos, I think, because now they have an official Bashar channel, they went back and they like got a bunch of other independent videos deleted. So a lot of the old videos that I went and saw are not there anymore. But there was a prediction video for like 2016, 17, what was going to happen in 16 and 17. And all the comments were like, oh, this is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And literally all of those things had happened. They just didn't happen until 2018, 2019, 2020.
Oh, wow.
So like everything that they've kind of been suggesting, they're good about not being too specific, because that's where you always get in trouble with dates and specific happenings. But yeah, so they've always been pretty consistent in their message and never really trying to be sensationalists. So they're always, of all the things that have lost credibility since the house for me, he's one that's kind of maintained the same level. If you take him for what he is, a channeler.
Agreed.
So obviously he could be bullshitting everything, but there's a lot of things that have more or less been predicted by them. So
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
he's always someone I kind of keep. I'm not like up to date with them, but every now and then I'll feel motivated to like check and see what Bashar's up to.
Yeah, I see. I mean, I get a good vibe from him. Seems like a trustworthy individual, and yeah, I mean, it's more the channeling thing has a different vibe than somebody who gets on stage and is like, "Hi, I'm so and so, and this is what I discovered, and I'm going to do this, and this is my new book, and here, if you sign
Yeah,
up for my class, like Bashar, is it's by definition he has to get out of the way,
yeah,
and true authentic channelers, I think that's what you have to do. You don't like merge with yourself, and there's another opposite example of that with Ramtha and Jay-Z Knight with the
uh-huh.
whole School of Enlightenment or whatever, Ramtha School of Enlightenment in Washington or Northern California. But that's the whole thing where she would get into that channeling state and start channeling. She'd become Ramtha, and it was really good. But then Jay Z Knight like made this whole like foundation that it's like sometimes it's like, is this what you want to do, or is this what Ramtha said to do? And it would always be a little bit vague.
Uh,
So it just the way that Bashar does it, or what's his name again? Not Jordan.
Daryl Anka,
Daryl,
I think, or
Daryl,
something.
Daryl Anka. That's it. Um, yeah, get a good authentic vibe, and it's good to really just it's like just like tarot card readings in a way. I mean, by the nature of our subjective experience, we can find meaning in anything if we put our attention to it. If you have a question, you could look at a pile of dirt and get some pretty deep answers from the dirt if you just get out of the way and interpret it that way. So, of course, somebody who has a message or some words is going to give you something a little bit better than it's not. You don't do as much personal work with looking at a
Right.
pile of dirt. So, but yeah, it's good. It's good to get those messages sometimes because it's like I don't know for the same reason you would want to do tarot card readings. You need to get some clarity and also just feel anyone that redirects the attention back to like you in a way and like your perceptions and your beliefs and your own self-empowerment and all that stuff like then you got my vote.
Agreed. Okay, that's a good way of putting it too. Instead of switching the focus onto them or their product or their mission or whatever. Yeah, I like that because yeah, Bashar is always. I think when he's got that character about him, so when people ask him questions, he has no problem with being like, no, like you shut up, like what you're like, bringing the focus and on like the simplicity and like everything kind of stemming back within yourself. I think he does that. He reaffirms that a lot, because people are always asking these questions like, how can I make $1 million? How can I get in contact with the aliens? And he's like, no, like you're looking at it the wrong way. And he's never like, contact me so I can be your intermediary between you and the aliens, or he doesn't sell snake oil and shit like that. So
No, no.
he points you back at yourself basically. It's like a lot of the time people ask him the question, he'll be like, already know what you're talking about because you asked the question that way. Like stop tricking yourself, and kind of just calls people out to be like, you
Yeah,
stop looking for all these crazy wild things out here to make sense of it. It's like you already know that like the simple answer is usually the right answer. You just don't want to hear it. You
yeah,
want some fantastic. Like I always want to hear the fantastic story or some. I want to know that something else massive is going on and that's why this thing happened. It's like no, it happened because you did this, therefore that happened, and now you feel this way and figure it out.
yeah. Having some sort of external verification or validation of whatever's going on inside is that could be a tricky thing because if you're looking for the answer outside in your spectacle nature of things or words anything coming in the answer's out there, that thing needs to tell me the answer. It's like yeah, you're just kind of like chasing your own tail really.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're not going for the answers are not really you're not going to find validation from the world around you.
No.
That could be you know could be a false thing because then it's like you're basically resolve or disavowing your own sovereignty in that situation. There was like a pretty cool documentary I watched earlier today about the Matrix, like a behind the scene, not behind the scenes, like dive into the philosophical nature of what the Matrix is all about and the choices and everything. It was pretty good. I'll have to send it to you. But they talked a lot about that stuff in there.
Yeah, of course, that makes a lot of sense. I think they're filming. Are they filming the fourth one right now?
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if they. I mean, they were filming it at the same time that they were doing Bill and Ted. Like, I guess they finished Bill and Ted first. There's so many theories about what that's going to be about.
The,
But we'll see.
what do you,
Talk.
the fourth Matrix, you mean, or
Yeah, the fourth Matrix.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it could be
You know,
like a reboot, but again, another one of those movies that'll be really powerful for this era. And then too, Avatar 2, like eventually when that comes out, that's going to change everything.
yeah,
I can see
yeah,
that being like one of the first big movies that comes out after all this.
yeah. It should be perfect, and I think that's what Christopher Nolan is kind of hoping Tenet will be, but I don't know that it'll be that, but who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah, 2020 is not the year for movies.
No, it's not.
Doesn't matter
No, it's
who
not.
you are.
Um, but yeah, but in the vein of what we were talking about with Bashar, it's like who's gone mysteriously quiet for the last couple of months is our old buddy, uh,
Davey.
Maybe.
Davey.
And I've just been getting so pissed at him
Yeah.
because I'm like, how could you possibly justify what's happening now? You know, it's just like there's no way that you and your Q bullshit and saying Donald Trump is the fucking savior. There's no way that he could defend him anymore. I'm just so upset. It's just so annoying. Like, there's no way you could justify anything that Donald Trump's doing, even if he is one of the good guys. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, what
No.
he's doing is everything that we've been worried about the bad people doing. With martial law and shooting protesters and creating chaos and being a fucking just fucking disgusting human being and like not being about love or light and being about lying and all this stuff. It's like he's about everything that the bad people are about, and the fact that David Wilcock is still like toting him as like the inside guy who's there for the good people. I'm just like, get fucked,
Yeah.
basically. And then we haven't heard anything. He had all those updates, those videos pretty consistently, and then all I've been getting from him recently is like, sign up for my online,
Yeah, Mystery
wisdom.
Ascension Schools
Yeah,
and 300 nice easy price of $333.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know. I haven't really given up on anybody, even Donald Trump as a human being. But at the same time, like for David Wilcock, ever since like 2 years ago when he started really getting into this QAnon stuff and then left Gaia and claimed he was fired, started calling all these people Luciferian Satanists, and I mean, he's totally got his head up his own ass, and there could be a strong possibility he realized he fucked up. Like a lot of his insiders, they're probably like saying that, like, was it his main insider Pete Peterson, that
Yeah,
like who died, and he blamed it on Gaia and all this bullshit. Like Pete Peterson was saying, like, if Donald Trump doesn't get elected a second time, then we're all screwed. That means the disclosure won't happen and the deep state wins. So like David will hear something like that and be like, "Oh my God, we gotta. Yeah, you may not like Donald Trump, but he's bringing down the pedophile cannibals." And it's a crazy thing because a lot of that stuff, there is truth to it. Like there is truth to. It's like Eyes Wide Shut. That shit exists. I have no, at least in my perceptions, I don't have any doubt that that's happening. I don't doubt it. It's just, yeah, like you said, the fact that it comes down to the end of that Q map with all the conspiracy. You saw that picture, right, of the Q map.
yeah,
All the conspiracy theories in the world. It's kind of an interesting piece of artwork if you look at it that way. It's like, yeah, I mean, all these things are connected, but like when you get down to the end result of the equation, Donald Trump is here to make America great again and to save the world from all this bullshit. It's like, no, no, like, yeah. And like
no,
David's argument would be also like, well, a lot of the people that see this whole idea of the cabal and the alliance, I don't know. I don't know if it's that organized like a Star Wars movie.
right.
um, like the Empire versus the Alliance. It might be a little bit more
Yeah,
complicated than that. Sure, there could be some aspects of it. Maybe some people look at it that way, but that's probably not the reality. Um, and like what David would say is a lot of the people in the alliance uh, used to be in the cabal, but they defected. So
right,
they're all guilty. They're not all like good guys necessarily, but they're fighting the good fight to stop, the even worse guys.
right.
But it's like, like the thing that, was talking about this with my dad yesterday, and he was like, the fact that Donald Trump made a public announcement saying that he's not going to supply any federal aid to California or firefighters or any support be- because simply it's California and it's full of liberals.
Because nobody likes him there.
Nobody
Because
likes him there.
he doesn't have to appease to him because nobody likes him anyway. So he doesn't. He's not even.
Yeah. So he's like, there's people's houses are burning up, all these problems, and this fucking guy can do is say, fuck you.
Yeah,
Like, what kind of alliance president is that? You know what?
right,
If he's the alliance leader of the alliance or whatever, fuck the alliance. The
right.
alliance is a bunch of fucking bullshit. And you know what? I'm sure there's good people in there trying to do the right thing, but you know what? It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, give us some actual concrete evidence. Like, there's, oh dude, there's this great clip. It was a good interview on Joe Rogan's podcast. This comedian Tim Dillon, I think his name is. Have you seen any of that?
No, I think you might have mentioned him to me before, though.
I'll send you a clip, dude, of this QAnon. Like, they talk about QAnon for a minute, and it's so good. Like him and Joe Rogan. There's just like, it's just imagine. It's like, if that were true, it's like the one fucking good thing Donald Trump is doing, like the literally the most humanitarian thing, stopping the human child sex trafficking set pedophile cabal cannibal Clintons or whatever. And he's not talking about it. This guy who literally can't keep anything out from coming out of his fucking mouth. He's not talking about this. That makes no sense. That's completely out of character for this fucking guy.
Agreed. That's a good point. Yeah. There's no way he'd be able to be secretly doing stuff and not be able to boast about it. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
I mean, he's serving his purpose, but I don't think it's a conscious purpose.
Right.
David Wilcock's giving him way too much credit. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Have you seen any of the RNC, and have you seen like
I
the
wanted to bring it up, dude.
How crazy whoever's
Rita
girlfriend
Repulsa?
that was? Oh my God.
Dude, Rita Repulsa, man.
And they all look like they're, and apparently cocaine was trending on Twitter afterwards because everyone just looks so coked up, including like Donald Trump Jr. Oh my God, dude, they're all on drugs.
America. They wanted to. Dude, there was this great clip of what's his name? Fucking Trevor Noah. Because those Republicans, they're like, the Democrats want to take your guns and they want to open up the borders and they want to let out everyone out of jail and take your guns and fucking kill Jesus and stop this, stop that. Like, but then he goes down the list of all the things the Republicans are saying. Like, so you're saying that the protests are going to invade my home, but that they're going to take my home and then I won't have a home. And it's like, I don't know, it's like then they're going to send me to prison, but then they're going to let everyone out of prison. It's just like when you put it all together, the fear-mongering complex of bullshit words that they use, just none of it adds up. It's just the most horrendous, gaslighting,
yes,
and completely unfounded thing ever. Like, open up the borders and let everyone out of jail, like looking like at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as these like socialist, communist, evil.
yeah.
Like, sure, I don't like them, but they are not fucking socialist people. They pander to the. They don't even really pander to the socialist people. They pick fucking Kamala Harris. It's like they're centrists. They're basically Republicans.
Yeah.
So it's like
real ones. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, like actual Republicans, not these crazy. The Republican Party now is just the party of Trump, really. The Trump
Yeah.
again, Republic.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about it that much because I, historically haven't watched conventions, but I think this is the first time that a former president didn't support the like incumbent president, like no Bush, no anybody is standing up saying anything. There's no former anybody speaking at the, even what's his fucking name? Dick Cheney, like horrible people aren't even at this convention speaking for these shitty people. Like that's how bad it is that these people aren't even being supported by like the old bad guys. Now the old bad guys just look like, oh yeah, shit. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Like this is a bad look to be associated with these people.
Yeah. Like they can't. They were able to get away with so much shit when they were at least sounding like they were doing the right thing.
Yeah.
But now that he's just saying all this crazy shit, it's like, hey, you're spoiling our entire operation here.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? Like, they don't like him, but he's the rational, logical conclusion of those policies over 30 plus years of this type of shit going on. And it's just like now they're like, oh, he's making me feel the way he talks. It's just like, oh my God. It's like, this is what you fucking people did.
you asked for it. You've been asking for it for a long time. Like, yeah, like you said, like it was a logical build. This is not that crazy. He's just so, um, like if he would have been a career politician, this would have been, not much different than Bush. But since he comes from entertainment, he didn't play by their rules, so he's doing he's doing what they want to do, but he's doing it in his non-political way. So you're right. He's like saying that all the secrets like that Bush and all them before be like, don't dude, don't we don't say that out loud. We don't say
Yeah.
that. The cameras like wait till the cameras are off and then we talk about it. Okay, but
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude's fucking saying everything. He's like, you're saying it to their face, dude. You're gonna fuck everything up.
Yeah. Which,
Um,
like, again, back to your point which I agree with. He's serving a purpose, but not a conscious choice. Like, oh my God, Donald Trump. Like when he's playing 4D chess and when he's done off the cameras, he's like, oh, praise Jesus, I'm here to help the world. Like, fuck you. You don't know. It's like you're just antagonizing everything. You don't really care. You're just playing the room.
yeah, yep. And he clearly doesn't. He doesn't care. Like my, I don't get into politics much with. Even though my dad and I had a pretty semi-intense discussion today, but my aunt is kind of like, I love her, but she loves Tucker Carlson. We'll just say that.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
but she like made the comment like a month or so ago, and she was like, "But like at least Donald Trump like cares about people." And I think I laughed, and she goes, "You don't think so?" And I go, "I can't even believe that anyone's ever said that out loud." But it's just so obvious, like and my dad he'd be like, "I just wish he would stop tweeting, and I wish he would stop saying all these ridiculous things and being a bad person." I was just like, "So you wish he wasn't who he was?" Like this doesn't justify like, oh, if he was just quiet, then you'd be a lot better. His policies help my pocket, and it's like, so you're just saying that you wish he wasn't who he was, but you're accepting who he is, but you wish he wasn't so loud about it. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. You can't have a shitty, ridiculous person in this position and then wish that he wasn't a shitty, and while justifying who he is, but also being like, oh, I just wish that he didn't look so dumb. Basically, it's like, fuck you. Like, he's a bad person, so he's gonna look like a bad person.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
there's
just who
no,
he
there's
is.
no. That's who. Yeah, exactly. That's who he is. So there's
And
no.
he's always been like this.
Yes,
He's
exactly.
always. This is not like, oh my God, the office has completely changed him. No, this is how he always fucking was.
Yeah, it's no secret. So if you're still on board with him, then you have something wired in your brain that you're consciously ignoring a lot of things, and there's nothing that anyone can say or do. Like Trump even said he could shoot somebody in the middle of Times Square and they'd still vote for him, and that's 100% true right now. If he did that,
100%.
there are still what 30% of Americans would still be like, "That's my guy."
Yeah.
Could watch him murder something. They could watch him rape somebody, and they would still be like, "Nope, he's my guy." It doesn't
Yeah.
like literally nothing matters, and that's
I
what
know.
a lot of people are saying. These like it's a cult. It's got a cult mentality. It's got cult followers. These people who have been interviewed that their lives have gotten worse because of things that Trump has done, but they supported him and they still support him, and they say, well, like I voted for him, but then this and this and this happened, so I lost my job and don't get my medication anymore. But like, but we still love Donald Trump and we support him. So like, not even thinking that he's making their lives worse, but they still, it's like it's the classic
It's a.
people in abusive relationships.
Yeah.
You do justify them treating you that way,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Oh,
you love them for it.
yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how far they go. We'll see how far they go because the numbers are all saying, you know, Biden is going to pretty much beat his ass if everybody can get out there. But
He said that same thing about Hillary Clinton.
yeah, I
It's
know.
and it's like, and she had almost like, I don't know if she had like a little bit more of a lead. It's hard to tell the numbers, and like, and again, throw another monkey wrench into the election process is this idea that the election's just not going to go well because of the pandemic. It's just going to be a really like contentious, controversial, unresolved situation,
Oh yeah,
like the year 2000, but worse because of
exactly.
the mail-in voting,
Way
and
worse.
he's already Trump has already made it very clear that he doesn't trust mail-in voting,
Hmm.
and all the states that California is doing mail-in voting. Um, the results are not going to come in the first day, and even
Oh
if Joe
no.
Biden wins, which is possible, anything's possible now. If Joe Biden
I
wins,
think.
and then he might not accept it.
Yeah. No, it's not going to be pretty either way. It's
Yeah.
not going to be pretty. I mean, you know, there are a lot of realities that can happen from this, and I think there is one where Biden wins and Trump does leave, and it's not like pretty, but it's not like catastrophe.
Yeah, like Civil
But
War.
there's also like no matter what, if Trump wins, even if it's fair, there's going to be the biggest protest I think the United States have ever seen, um, because that is everything we're hearing. There's more than a few people who have like defected essentially from his camp, from his administration. People that were supporters of his, that either were fired or that like were like seeing things that were just like, I can't be part of this anymore. Even though they're staunch Republicans, and you and I probably disagree with them on a lot of stuff, they've come out and been like, the stuff that I've seen is horrifying, and it's not even close to what it'll be if he gets a second term. Because second term will just be completely masks off, completely. If we thought the first term was, just no regard for anything, like the second one, he's gonna like, it's going to seem like, all right, I have 4 years to do as much shit as I possibly can. So he's
Yeah.
going to like get rid of this law, get rid of that, veto this, and then I heard he's going to start aligning with dictators around the world, and start getting these. So just completely won't even have to cater to anybody anymore.
Yeah.
He won't have to. He's still pretending a little bit. He's still playing the game a little bit because he's trying to get reelected. But if he does get reelected, there's no more reason for him to play any game. He'll
No.
just be like, fuck it, I can do whatever I want,
Hmm.
and it'll be fucking horrifying. And I think there'll be the biggest protests we've ever seen in the United States.
Yeah. Elections won't be what they have been in our minds. He, just like we were saying, how he could shoot somebody in the middle of Times Square and no one would care. It's the same thing where he
Well, none,
perpetually.
none of his followers would care.
Well, right, none of his followers.
Yeah,
Right, like
yeah,
similar thing with the election, saying, you know what? I think term limits are kind of whack. He didn't say exactly
yeah,
that, but he's like, yeah, you
yeah,
know what? Maybe I'll stay for another 4 years, maybe another 8 years, maybe I won't leave.
yeah,
And his base loves it. His base
yeah.
loves it. So if there was some sort of thing, like some sort of, it's like, of course, world events are going to keep kicking up. If there was ever a president who was going to enact martial law, it's fucking Donald Trump, man.
Oh yeah,
If there ever was, all of these years, I never saw the National Guard on my street. Sure enough, they were
yeah.
here.
They're on their way. They're on their way to Kenosha right now.
Yeah, yeah, they're all over the place, man. It's the pieces are all getting into position,
Yep.
but it's okay because all of what you see and all of what you hear, it's the opposite. So Donald Trump is our savior, and he's stopping the pedophiles. He's not a pedophile. He only hung out with Jeffrey Epstein to gather information, um, and to spy on him, so that when he became president, he could take him down.
Yeah, and then he's only wishing Maxwell. He's only wishing her well because he's a good guy. He's only wishing her well because her boyfriend was killed or died in jail. So why wouldn't I wish her well? Of course I wish her well.
Oh my God, it's so hypocritical when people can back Donald Trump and say that their sole reason for supporting him is because he's saving the children from the underground bases and the evil Tom Hanks and all this shit. And he has photos and fucking evidence of him being with Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, he was also accused of raping an underage girl with
Yeah,
Jeffrey with some guy, like in
yeah,
the court, and like there's court documents saying that
yeah,
a young lady accused him of raping.
yeah. Well, he was just doing that to infiltrate. He didn't actually rape her because I I got into the deep like channeling space, and my higher spirit guides told me that he's actually a really good guy. Like, fuck you. Like, it is the most like insane world to see the some sort of convoluted new age conspiracy, right wing
Yeah.
political like wart growing in this country. It's just it's scary. It's like all these things just don't mix to me.
No, they don't. And like as a selfish thing, like I don't like the people who have taken over as the conspiracy crowd. That used to be our people. That used to be
Yeah.
our kind of weird people. You know.
Oh, wait, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Stop. Hold on one second, buddy.
Yeah.
False alarm.
All
Hold
right.
that thought. Hold that thought. I just need some more water. Your soul is mine. Love that movie.
Oh, it's mine.
No! You're next.
So intense.
So intense, dude.
I remember when I saw this movie in the theater. It was during in the middle of a soccer tournament. We were in a different city for a soccer tournament. We had a game earlier, I think. And we had a game later, and this movie just came out. So a lot of the parents were like, "All right, let's take them to a movie to kill a couple hours." And I just remember being so jacked after the movie, being like, "Yeah, fucking yeah!" You know, and like the whole rest of the tournament, we were just like, "Fucking Mortal Kombat, man!" Like, yeah! It was awesome. Love this movie.
Yeah, there's a really cool animated version or an animated movie I put on Plex of the Scorpion. It's like an anime of Scorpion. It's fucking badass.
Nice. Still one of my favorite soundtracks, I think, of all time.
Fight.
Yeah.
They should have that song playing in the background of the debates.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I forgot about the debates. Holy shit, we're gonna have a Joe Biden Donald
Oh
Trump
God.
debate.
Oh my God.
Oh.
uh,
But people are kind of jazzed about the VP debate too because they think Kamala is just gonna tear Mike Pence in half. But
I'm sure she will. But yeah, man, great. This whole yeah. This
wait,
whole
who's gonna be Hillary's?
who?
Who was gonna be Hillary's? Who was Hillary's running mate?
Tim Kaine.
Kane. Oh yeah, yeah.
Clinton Kane.
I don't even remember him. I don't even remember him.
I remember that. I was like,
uh,
really? Cain and Abel? Yeah.
it's all bad. Yeah.
Oh,
So, but yeah, I was just being butthurt about conspiracy theories because at least we used to be at least a little bit, I think, a little more thoughtful. We were still like, you know, crazy people, but it was always like, oh, it's just a conspiracy. Now it's like conspiracy theorists are shitty people.
Yeah,
hate that, No, and
because
now
it,
they're like associated with the Republic. I
yeah,
hate it.
that's the thing. That's the like after all these years, we with the conspiracy movements and idea spheres, it's all about like you don't trust the government. The government is lying to you. You know, right versus left, they're all working for the same people,
Hmm.
and it's a big pyramid scheme. And here we have Donald Trump, the king of scams, the king of pyramid schemes. This
Yeah,
guy is notorious for hey Thor, stop. Notorious for ripping people off and lying to them. Uh, and like there was, I forgot who was in that Tim Dillon podcast with Joe Rogan. The guy, he was funny. He was like, for people that are peddling watches on like panhandling, peddling watches on the street, like, hey, check out my watches. You want a Rolex? Like those people see Donald Trump as like best case scenario up the upward mobility. One day I'll be like
yeah,
Donald Trump, like, and
uh-huh.
and now like now the conspiracy people are like totally for the government. It's like,
Yeah,
can you not see how this is exactly what they fucking want? Like, and it's like, talk about a new world order. What is it that the Republicans and Donald Trump and all those people are really calling for now? Is like the end of the Democratic Party? What? Just one party? Okay. Like, destroy the Democratic Party. We'll just have one party, the rightful party of Jesus. And and it's all tied into Jesus somehow. Like Jesus fucking chose Donald Trump.
yeah,
It's yeah, it's crazy, and and yeah, conspiracies were kind of like this thing where like, hey, it could be real, it might not be real. Like you said, we can walk away from it at the end of the day, but most time pure conspiracy people now, they're just so doubled down on it
yeah. Right,
that like, if you don't believe in it, then you're a fucking Satanist.
right.
You support the pedophiles.
Well,
If you
it
watch a fucking Tom Hanks movie now, you're you're one of them.
yeah,
That's
you're
fucked
right.
up.
And it used to be like, it used to be a symptom of overthinking, right? And being too open to stuff. That was how we got into it, right? Is we were very open. It was like, I don't know, I'll look into it. And then we'd look into it, you'd look into it, and you'd be like, oh shit, that's a good point, or that I didn't see that. Like thinking about it and looking into it. That was like, and then the crazy people with the rooms, or beautiful mind kind of shit. Like all that stuff is from people overthinking and looking into stuff too much, and spending too much time on it and being obsessive about it. Now it's like you don't look into it at all. You
No,
hear one thing and then you're closed minded about everything else. It's like that's not conspiracies at all. That's
no.
just like a cult.
Yeah,
It's just
it's up
being.
straight up.
We got to make conspiracy theorists weird again, man.
Yeah,
Let's get on that train.
yeah. Like it's so disappointing to see it. Even like when I did the Human Origins conference last year, which had, I think that was the last time. Like that was kind of the pinnacle of, you know, here, to really even go to conferences like that and to be witness to all these, your classic conspiracy people that would be at Contact in the Desert or whatever. Even talking to a lot of those guys at dinner one night, like the keynote speakers and everything, and I would ask them because they were all talking about Contact in the Desert and how the scene has changed over the years. And I asked them like, so what do you guys think of Donald Wilcock, David Wilcock? What do you think about Donald Wilcock and Corey not so good? And they were like, they were diplomatic about it. Of course, they're nice people. They're like, like, yeah, I have nothing against David, but he's kind of thinks he's better than everyone else. He shows up to these conferences with an entourage of bodyguards, and you can't ever like even like approach him.
Yeah,
Just that clicky attitude, and just seeing how even it's like up until this presidency really, I feel like by and large, conspiracy people, ufology people, all that stuff, they all kind of like work together. Maybe not under an official umbrella, but they were all like on the same team, like want to get the truth out. But then
yeah,
since David Wilcock and Corey Good, they totally changed everything. Where they claim to have the authority and the market pinned on what the truth is, meaning we have the truth. No one else has the truth. Anyone else who says something contrary, they're working for the cabal.
Yeah.
And just drove this like wedge and drew a line in the sand. Like, now if you don't believe in what Corey Good is saying, then you're fucking part of the problem. Like, that is that is so annoying to me. And it's like, and now you got people like Jordan Sather, Alex Jones, even David Wilcock, like all these people. I'm like, these are not back when we were new. It was like Alex Collier, and you know, I don't know. It was just it's just a weird. It's a really strange thing. And David Wilcock did something similar when Obama was president. When Obama was president, oh, he's the alliance. Never said the alliance president, but he was like, he's the disclosure president. He's going to do all these great
Yeah.
things, and that never happened. You know. But now Donald Trump is, and it's like clearly David hasn't learned from his fucking past at all.
No. And if you claim to be, so in touch with your spiritual side and such a spiritual person, and still condoning the way that the president behaves, it's like, I'm sorry, there's a disconnect there. You're either lying to yourself or you're lying to us, or you're not giving us the whole story. Because if you're a morally good person, there's no way you can justify caring about President Trump or siding with him. You just can't, unless you're, completely brainwashed,
Yeah,
which a lot of people are, unfortunately. But
and that's the thing about Donald Trump. I mean, he's a wizard. He knows how
yeah,
to manipulate people's perceptions, just like Obama. Obama was like a wizard too, for sure. I
yeah,
mean, I mean, even just listening to his bullshit that he said at the Democratic National Convention, that little speech he gave. Did you see that?
I think so. Yeah,
You know, it's like, of course, he's articulate and projects more of a sense of unity. But it was also like a lot of the things that they're accusing Donald Trump of, these guys are completely complicit in doing themselves.
mm-hmm.
Like the fact that the Democratic National Convention brought fucking Colin Powell and I don't know, it's like they're war criminals, man. Like they these people, they don't like Trump. Their whole like, I don't like Trump either, and I don't want him there. But they're not offering anything. They're Joe Biden's literally saying nothing will change. Nothing will change. And it's sad to me that there's, on both sides of the aisle, there's like this whole like, the other side is the problem. God bless you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, and like, I'm just concerned either way, because like, if Joe Biden wins, those people aren't going to go away. And since Joe Biden and that aspect of the Democratic Party is not going to really bring any changes about, they're basically just going back to the era that provoked people to want to vote for Donald Trump in the first place.
Right.
So who
Exactly.
fucking knows? Like, it is so possible for somebody even worse than Donald Trump to come in. What if somebody that's of the same belief system as Donald Trump but can speak more articulately and actually could
Yeah.
get like shit done, like was intelligent?
Yeah.
Imagine like an
Right.
intelligent bad guy.
Yeah. Right.
That like that could totally happen, because they're not, a lot of people just think that everything was fine until Donald Trump got here, but that
Yeah.
he's the biggest symptom of the problem. He's the face of what
Yeah.
America has been for all these years, and it's just we're just programmed and in denial and be constantly divided against each other. If I watched this documentary on HBO called The Swamp, which is pretty good. It's all about political corruption in D.C., and it follows Matt Gaetz, who is, I don't know if you know who you heard of him. He's a Republican congressman who is just like one of the worst. He's one of the biggest kiss asses to Trump and all this stupid shit. But it follows him and this progressive congressman, Ro Khanna from California. And they couldn't disagree more on everything, but they were focusing on the one thing they do mainly agree on, is that they need to get money out of politics. And it's just like, I'm watching Matt Gaetz and I'm thinking to myself, as soon as I see him, I'm like, I fucking hate this guy. He's such a, like, I don't like him. I don't like what he stands for. But you're watching this documentary, like, okay, he's just a human being following him on his day, and it's like, okay, well, if there's any way that we can have progress in this country, we need to focus on the things that, I mean, of all the things that divide us, we need to focus on the things that actually unify us first. We can't be constantly arguing about these things. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people are so ready to overlook all the bad things Donald Trump is doing, because in their, generally speaking, in their belief system, they're very religious, they're very pro-life, and they couldn't ever imagine voting for somebody that didn't agree with that, because of that takes like the default precedent. People are so dug in on the divisive issues
Uh-huh.
that are tiny compared to the big things that unite us all, like the income and wealth inequality, the class warfare that's going on. Yeah, racism is a huge problem, but the thing is if we were actually all living with a better quality of life, I have a funny feeling a lot of these issues wouldn't be issues. Like,
Right.
back to the whole reason why I think the poverty thing is going to be a good thing to address in Mandala, because
Mhm.
that, like, the fact that people live such shitty quality of life and live in this class system, that proliferates these issues, these other bigger issues. So it's just in this documentary, The Swamp, it's interesting to see, like, battle with your own feelings of being disgruntled towards certain people and what they believe, but then, like, hey, let's focus on the things that unite us. Isabel, stop. Isabel. Yeah.
Agreed. Agreed. And but you know, going back and forth, like I agree on a scary level that it could get worse than Donald Trump. I have thought a couple of times that he is the worst it can get, but in the way that George W. Bush paved the way for the first black president. Like I don't think if George W. Bush, I don't think if he didn't have the two terms that he had, I don't think it would have been. I don't think Obama would have got elected. I think they worked in tandem, and in the same way with Trump and Obama. Whereas Obama kind of made everything seem like it was okay for a lot of people, it laid the groundwork for something ridiculous to happen, like Donald Trump, and it also laid the groundwork for the Democratic Party to be a pile of shit and be delusional. Like they have been, like with Joe Biden. What the fuck? Like he's really the best. Like how is that possible? Like they're just so out of touch. And like you said, their only really big weapon at this point is that, oh, look how bad it is. Look at this shit show. We're not going to be like that. We're at least not fucking terrible people. But then I go and watch a highlight video of Joe Biden being creepy as fuck to like children. I couldn't even watch a whole video. It made me sick to my stomach. And I'm like, this is what you're putting out there? Like, not accusing him of anything, but like he is not a good. You could
No.
just in the same way that you could just watch somebody talk to people in a room and be like, I don't like that person. I don't like how they're conducting themselves. I don't like how they talk, and I don't like how they move. I would be the same way with Joe Biden and Trump. I'd be like, I just don't get a good vibe from either of these people because of how they behave. And especially with Joe Biden, I'm not like big on the train of calling him Sleepy Joe or saying he's got onset Alzheimer's, but his speech his speech has changed. Like he's more slurry, like not even anywhere near like every time I hear him talk, you can hear him like just blur words together and like this is like is he 100 years old? Like what the fuck?
He's had brain
So
aneurysm in the past.
he looks like he's almost on the verge of one all the time, and
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the case for him. You
No.
know,
Hold on one second.
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, dude. Like,
But a lot of people have said like the Democratic Party is just as much to blame for this situation than the Republican Party, and we've created that. The Democrats have created that monster. Like we
yeah.
wouldn't be in this situation if you would have just bitten your fucking lip and let Bernie run both times. We would have not been in this situation. Bernie would have beat Trump for sure. Bernie would win this election for sure. But
Which
no,
no.
you put up a fucking 100-year-old mannequin who hates black people just as much as the other guy. It's like it's you're asking for shit. And like you
Oh
said,
yeah.
their platform is just like, oh yeah, at least we're not Trump. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to it, and he has a plan for the coronavirus, and he has a plan for education, but he's not going to defund the police. He's not about that at all. He's not going to do anything that's different. He's just going to not continue what Trump is doing. And at this point, well, I'll take that because I don't want to be a fascist dictator state in 3 months, and that's the only reason I'm voting for Joe Biden. But he is just he sucks. And Kamala, so they're basically setting it up probably if Biden wins, if he can last 8 years, which I don't even know if he can. They're just going to push Kamala Harris up, and then if he can't run in 4 years, then they're going to put her up there, and she's going to be what, Hillary Clinton 2.0. Like this is we're not going anywhere. So it makes sense to me that things are kind of falling into turmoil, and like chaos is a ladder and all this stuff that needs to happen for other things to happen. And like I told you the other night, I'm a big Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez fan, but she's not even old enough to run for fucking president yet. But she is no nonsense, and she is somebody that for the boomers wouldn't ever accept as a nominee. But in 8 or 10 years, or whenever she's eligible, no, 8 I think would be the first election she's available to be old enough, maybe 2024. But she's somebody who wouldn't continue what's been happening, and we need something like that.
No.
Trump, the Democrats need their version of Donald Trump, and that wasn't Obama. And I think the radicalization, I think she'd be the one. AOC would be the one to be the radical. She'd be a great first female president. She's Latina. She's fluent in Spanish, and I think she is the perfect antithesis to the way that Trump is taking America, and she would take it in a completely opposite direction with as much passion. And she doesn't back down. Like, that's a debate I would love to see, is her versus Trump, because they're both honest as fuck. Whereas Joe Biden, he's not going to take shots. He's just like
It's going to be
grandpa.
so sad. It's going to be so sad to see him and Trump debate, because if Trump's going to be like he was with Hillary, he's just going to it's going to be kind of humiliating to watch
It will be
Trump
humiliating.
just tear down this senile old man.
Mm-hmm.
But that might actually work in his favor. Like people will see Trump, no, in Biden's favor.
Oh.
If Trump acts that way, like fuck you, constantly flailing around, and it's like the way he's treating Joe Biden, that might not sit as well with people, because Hillary Clinton, by and large, was a very unlikable person, one of the most unlikable politicians of all time. She is extremely corrupt, linked, with Bill Clinton, who extremely corrupt, like the whole thing, yeah, Joe Biden, back to the whole thing with the creep, I try not to use those phrases because of even like the word deep state, like I don't even like that, but if they're trying to win, which I don't think they are, I don't think their goal is to win. I think like for them, if they win, fine, but it's like the Democrats.
Oh.
I don't think the Democrats' goal is to win. Like at the higher levels of the Pelosi's and the Schumers and the Clintons and the Bidens and all those people, I don't think their goal is to win. I mean, on part of no, because if their goal was to win, they would have chosen people that would actually beat
somebody else.
Donald Trump. I mean, like you said, they're so out of touch. The fact that the huge growing QAnon movement within the Republican Party is all about human sex, child trafficking, and pedophiles, and the government, and all that stuff. And then just go online, look at those pictures and images of Joe Biden, like smelling little kids' faces and touching them and stuff like that. Like, that's not going to help their cause. Like, as soon as somebody who's on the fence about QAnon and like, I don't know, maybe I'll vote for Joe, and then they see that, they're gonna be like, oh fuck this. No, I'm
Yeah.
not voting for like that's so again like yeah, it's like maybe it's true then. Maybe Donald Trump, blah blah blah. So I think like it's easier and more convenient for him because Trump really enables a lot of those people. I mean, he talks about the tax cuts and everything, but those only really benefit the ultra wealthy people.
Yeah.
Like not like it's not like it affects even our parents or us or anything
My
like
dad,
that.
my dad seems to think that if Joe Biden gets in there, it's really going to affect his bank account.
I mean, any more than it's affecting it now, who knows? But that's the
Well, that's what
thing.
he believes. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. That's what he believes now. Is that if Joe
Well,
gets in there, he's going to steal all his money.
yeah. Right. Well, that's been the attitude with Democrats, and this goes back to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton ultimately turned the Democratic Party, the party of the people, party of the workers, um, and became a corporatist Republican light version of
Yeah.
itself. So of course they're going to do that, and there's all that. I mean, a lot of these guys, like or even Nancy Pelosi and the MSNBC type people, they're not their world's not going to change much if Joe Biden wins or if Donald Trump wins again. I mean, he's helping them financially. Um,
Right. And
it's
also, like, for accountability, nothing at this point, nothing is their fault. They can point to him for everything.
it's easier to be a
So,
fake
yeah.
resistance and be like,
Yeah.
see, we're against him, than to actually have somebody in there that's going to change things for what they're projecting themselves to be all about.
Yeah.
Like, which is exactly why they rigged the fucking primaries against Bernie Sanders twice,
Yeah. Yeah.
twice in a row. And it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not one of those people like Jamie that, you know, like hates Bernie Sanders now and wants to, is all about Trump because of
Yeah.
what he did. But there is still a part of me that's like, yeah, I mean, I can see why Bernie did what he did, but I'm also like kind of annoyed. I don't feel betrayed. I just feel annoyed. I understand that that's his career and he wants to maintain his position, but at the same time, like when the primaries were still going on, and how he would say openly on the air on the mainstream media, well, I think Joe Biden would be a great president. It's like, dude, you're basically just like, why are you even running?
Yeah.
Why are you even running? Like, oh, to sway the Democratic Party in your favor? Do you really think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to help you or help that cause in any way? Probably fucking not, dude. They went out
Yeah.
of their way to make him, to throw him under the bus. They're not going to,
Yeah.
it's just lip service. Bernie Sanders did a really big thing by turning the public discourse into about Medicare for all and all that stuff. And yeah, at the debates, all the Democrats had to talk about that. But if you listen to
Yeah.
it, they're actually saying everyone except really Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard and maybe Elizabeth Warren were all like, yes, we believe in Medicare for all. Who want it? Basically saying like, you know, we don't want Medicare for all. We want to keep the private insurance companies afloat.
Yeah.
So it's just sad because it's like it's the classic Illuminati shit. You got the double-headed eagle thing with the crown on the top. There's the corporate interests control both parties.
Mhm. Yeah. Same old problem. It's just like we said. It's becoming clear. 2020 vision.
Yeah.
Inevitably. So we'll see how. I remember we were talking, kind of joking. I always remember the deer hunter line. Why don't we see what's at the bottom? Why don't we see what happens next? I remember joking with like when who went up against not John Kerry but um,
McCain.
McCain. Yeah, we're like, you know what? Fuck it, elect him. See what happens. Let's go down to the bottom. Let's go down to the depths of political hell, and see how bad it can get. And I think we're
Yeah. If only
I
we
think
knew.
we're I think we're one election away from finding the bottom,
Yeah.
and it's just hoping that we don't go too far that we can't come back,
I
because
think
I
what's
think that's definitely a potential timeline is that Trump could get reelected or whatever could happen, and it's too far gone to no matter how much revolution you want, it's kind of it's too far gone, or it'll be, just in time, where just enough will have gotten ruffled and just enough foundations will be loosened up that we can have an opportunity to make something new. It's not going to be easy, but
Mhm.
I don't know which scenario is more likely right now for us to fall into actual fascism and stay there for a while, or to flirt with it a little bit more. And then when they go in for the kiss, we're like, oh no, this is a bad idea. And then we kind of, at the last moment, at the very last moment, somebody, appears,
Yeah,
the tidal wave.
that made me think too. Just bringing up the house or that deer hunter line. I remember tripping on acid at the house one of those times. Might have been one of the who knows what time it was, but I remember laying on the couch and I was tripping pretty hard. But I remember I had my hand like this. I was just staring at the ceiling, and I was just looking up, and I was doing this unconsciously, just automatically. Just my hand kept getting closer and closer to my face, and I wasn't even doing this like intentionally,
uh,
but I think there was a reason why I was doing it, and it was happening so slowly, and I was tripping so much that it was just like out of nowhere. Like I noticed that like my hand was like right here, and that was like kind of startled me, and I was like, oh fuck, like holy shit, like part of me was like, oh my god, where did that come from? But then like that was moving into your field of vision slowly for a period of time, so slowly, and you were so distracted with all the colors and the popcorn ceiling and everything. You were looking right at it, but it was happening so slowly, didn't see it. Like to me, like I felt like it was like a cobra. Like I was looking at like a cobra coming at my, like it was just
yeah.
like coming at me like this, and then out of nowhere, I'm just like, oh shit. And I was like, that feels like what's kind of going on right now. It's just like it's just been happening, coming and coming and coming, and we were in 2020. What I'm really concerned about, either way, if Trump gets elected again, or if Biden gets elected and Trump goes away, those people are not going to go away. The QAnon people are not going to go away. That thing, that to me is like the equivalent of the Nazi party in Germany.
Yeah.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
QAnon people, which are now,
Love you.
I'm on. um,
Yeah, I agree. If there is a Nazi party, that is the party.
and they're joining, there's people in Congress now. There are Congress people that are full on Q supporters. I mean, Donald Trump is winking and nodding at the Q people. And there's all the people like Donald Trump is like, kind of like the battering ram to open up the doors so that the alliance can get through, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
All it's going to take is a charismatic, young, Trump, new Trump party person who's all about QAnon to get elected.
Uh-huh.
That would be the real Antichrist. I mean, it's like
Donald Trump.
honestly, America essentially is the country that holds the Antichrist in it. Like it represents
Oh
that
yeah.
materialistic. I mean, we can point fingers at all different presidents. For definitely Donald Trump exhibits a lot of those characteristics, but it's like ever since the end of JFK, really, it's just been one Antichrist after the other.
Yep.
So I'm concerned about the next coming decades with all of this. But if we're looking at patterns, I can see that if we don't get our shit together, if like we somebody that's not part of this bullshit that can actually unify people, it's gonna take some sort of intervention, just like
Yeah.
D-Day. Maybe not a military like on land invasion from Russia or China or something like that, but there would have to be some sort of intervention because America just is it's dangerous. It's a
Yeah.
dangerous country for the world.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Somebody else. I don't know who it would be though. Like, I mean, Russia and China are not to be trusted at the moment. Like, nobody cares about our well being. Everyone's just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. I think it would need to come in internally, like going back to what we were talking about with, asking Bashar or the man on the top of the mountain what the answers are. You can't hope for some intervention in, like some smaller countries probably sometimes, when shit goes south, they want like, oh man, I wish America would come in and clean this up for us, like there's nobody to do that for us. We have to do that to ourselves. Um, and I think we have done that kind of with the Civil War. You know, we kind of did that. But it wouldn't surprise me if there was another form of a civil war. But I think
Yeah.
it has to come internally. It has to come from us, and I think it would come to a military point. I think it still might.
Yeah,
Um,
all the Trump militias versus the military.
yeah, and then um, Davies always said, the military's on the people's side, and it's like hard to believe. I see stuff online from veterans or people who are like not on active duty who seem to be in shock and awe from what the police are doing. Like, this is not right. They seem to be a lot of the ones that I've seen seem to point to being good people and like morally upstanding people. And if shit did come down to it, I think they would be. I get the feeling, I wishful thinking, that they would be on our side. um, but you don't really know until it happens, right?
It would be
And
so hard to see who's on what side because, like, in a civil war, like, imagine a potential situation where, let's say, Trump loses. Trump is the type of person that could totally say something to get his base to want to take to the streets with guns.
yeah,
Like, take to this, because think about it. Majority of the gun owners in this country are Trump supporters. Bottom line,
yeah,
majority, vast majority. So it's like, who in the Civil War, it was an easy thing where you have the South states versus the North states. Certain states seceded, and everyone, by and large, in those states was like that. Would it come down to something like that? Like, how would you be able to tell who the good guys are and the bad guys are in that situation? It would be fucking mayhem. But then, yeah, another aspect of what a civil war could be, it's like back to what David would say, talk about these data drops. Remember, there was that story with China and how they had that box that you put inside the car that, like, they sent
yeah.
on a fucking, like, October 14th or something. Maybe I'm confusing those things,
October
but
surprise, yeah.
yeah, October surprise. Yeah, like China sent, like, the box with the virus that, like, disabled all their PCs, and they'd start using Macs, and they're like, we have this technology, so do get your shit together or whatever the fuck, who knows how true all that is, but still, like, intelligence and information is just as effective as a weapon today as bombs and other
Yeah.
types, like guns, like data dumps, information. Like, there was that story of, what if Putin has, like, an actual videotape or audio recording of George Bush and Dick Cheney in the Oval Office talking about how they're planning 9/11,
Uh-huh.
like shit like that. Like, if there was a strategic data dump of boom, 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 that
Yeah.
just, like, disabled the higher ground authority of America. And the thing is, you have to look at it like this as well. Like, if you're going to compare it to Nazi Germany, the Allies were not going in there to kill all the Germans. They were going in there to stop the Nazis. And the Nazis had taken over all these places and held a lot of them captive, basically. They had no choice but to, the Nazis had them at gunpoint. In America,
Yeah.
it's a similar thing where it's like, through our economic slavery system and the military and all the police and everything, it's like, who would these foreign powers be coming in here to save? Like, that's what it's not like coming here to
Right.
destroy America. It's like they're coming
Yeah.
in here to liberate the people, like
Yeah.
we did. And
Yeah.
I could see it being an alliance. So it's like, if they were to do the systematic data dump shit and just, like, show everyone, like, what the fuck is really going on. Here's the proof of this. Here's the proof of that. Just
Well, it's like David talked about, there was going to be those 8-hour broadcasts that were going to be on,
yeah,
on loop on every station or whatever.
right. I
But
mean, I think that would be, if we don't get our shit together. I'm not afraid of other world powers, like even Russia or China, wanting to kill Americans. Like, a lot of the people in the conventional right versus left narrative would have us think, like, oh, Russia's trying to thwart our elections because they hate our democracy. It's always because they fucking hate our democracy. I highly doubt
yeah,
that. Highly doubt that. I think it's because of our foreign policy and because of the lies and pain that we're inflicting on the world.
well, yeah,
So it's,
that's the logical answer, Alex. But a lot of people don't function that way.
yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. Could go a lot of ways. Uh, we'll see.
we'll see. We'll see. But you know, we're here. We're here for a reason, and you know, we have our wishes and desires of what we want to do, and there's no reason that those things won't happen. It's also, I think, we're here for a lot of other reasons that we're just not aware of. And if we could try to maintain some sort of sense that, you know, this is not a big random event that's happening right now. It's not, it is chaos, but it's not random chaos. This
Right.
is all a purposeful dismantling of an unsustainable paradigm that we're in. And we have witnessed and will continue to witness and experience a vision of a new paradigm, a paradigm that is more sustainable and more harmonious with each other and with the planet, and it's a lot more simple. It's like we're going from a really complex house of cards into a much more simple way of life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no more of that shit,
People
and
said, yeah.
we can we'll have our moments of not knowing and fear and doubt, and I know I get them. I've been getting them a lot lately, but we just gotta keep it together, man.
Yeah. At least for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
And then maybe everyone will just let it out.
yeah.
But we got to give it a try. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I couldn't even predict what's gonna happen in the
No,
election, but
who knows? I
I'll
don't
just
know.
be ready for the craziest shit. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to be surprised. That's the last thing I want.
Hope for the best and expect the worst.
Yeah. So do you want to pivot to Mandala real quick?
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
been making some good headway, as you might see here. I got a lot of stuff crossed off
Nice.
there and there and there. So there's definitely some holes in there that I still need to kind of fill. But essentially, the last thing um, is the hypnotism scene.
Mm.
Um, and I think I found the right place for it, and I set it up as well from Lily and Chris interacting. Um, so it's just a matter of how. I know we talked about it before, but I'm still kind of unsure, and I watched a couple of Darren Brown YouTube videos last night. There's not really anything that's not theatrical. A lot of, it's all of his shows or whatever. We don't want to make a show of a
No.
scene. We want to have a personal thing. So I don't really know his lingo and stuff that well, but essentially I have Chris telling Lily that he set up this. She's like, hey, can you set that up? After they talk about it after the dinner scene, and he's like, yeah, of course, I'll set it up for you. And then we see them in a hotel room, and he comes in, and I have it. So do we want to acknowledge that this is Darren Brown, and he's a real person, and people know about him, and
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
because that's how it is. So she comes in, and Darren Brown's kind of like, looking out the window or whatever, and then he turns and sees Chris and Lily, and she's like, wait a minute. She doesn't necessarily be like, hey, that's Darren Brown. She's like, wait, I know that, like, that's a familiar face. Just something like she recognizes that
Yeah.
he's a.
Yeah.
She's like, wait a minute, you're not. You're somebody,
Have
and
I
he's
seen
like,
you
yeah,
on
this is
TV
Darren.
before?
Yeah, something like that. But he's just like in the look in her face, like, wow, I'm recognizing that this is
Mm-hmm.
somebody, and then Chris is like, well, meet Darren Brown. He's like, Darren fucking Brown? You didn't tell me it was Darren Brown. He's like, well, not,
Yeah.
whatever, no big deal.
Yeah.
And then
He should
Chris,
do like he should do like a vape cloud reveal. Like they're in a hotel room and he's just like doing a shit ton of vape and it's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's about, hold on. And,
yeah,
and then just like opens the door and then Darren Brown comes in from the vape and she's just looking at him like, Jesus Christ, Chris.
that'd be amazing. That'd be hilarious.
Maybe not, but that's just funny though.
No, I like that visual. Um,
But yeah, I like what you're
but
saying.
yeah,
I like what you're saying so
that
far. That's
kind
good.
of, yeah, and then essentially Darren's like, come on and come over, sit at the table or whatever, and then Chris is like, should I leave? do you want me to stay or whatever? And then like we talked about, Darren's like, no, you could stay. You stay for now or whatever. You stay. Yeah, you could stay. It's cool. And then that's where it ends at this point. I don't really
What
know
if
exactly.
I was thinking like instead of Chris offering to or wondering whether he should stay or leave, it's just they're like he's maybe just kind of like hanging out. They're sitting Lily and Darren are sitting down and Chris is like there. Maybe he's sitting down on the couch next to her or something, or like just standing
Okay.
there, and they start.
Separate from them.
Yeah, like he's just kind of lingering there. Not like linger, but like
Yeah, yeah,
he's
yeah.
there, and Darren starts talking to her, asking her basic questions. Just think, imagine like when you're about to do a psyche balance or something, and the facilitator sits down, like, so what's going on? And Lilia will start talking about like, oh well, maybe she's just putting on a, oh everything's great, I'm working on the show, and like this is what I'm doing, and then Derek Graham like, no, I'm not interested. It's like that's great what you're doing, but I meant how are you?
Yeah, yeah.
And then and then that can trigger something within her where she starts like, oh, okay, well, and then she starts talking, maybe bringing up, I'm not sure where in the script it is at this point. So whatever's going on with how she's feeling a little overwhelmed because of the conversation in the restaurant before that, where they're talking about, you know, drug addiction and alcoholism and stuff like that. So she can, when he's like, no, how are you? And so then she could start talking about like maybe um, the way, the temptations make her feel, and he can ask her things like, well, when was the last time that you had a drink, or anything like that. And she says, oh, I haven't drank in however many, 6 months, year, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And then he could be like, well, what, have you done anything else? Have you smoked marijuana? And then she could say, no, I haven't done that. And then Chris like can give her a look and be like, and maybe I don't know if that maybe there could be a moment right there where Darren notices that she's a little uncomfortable just in general. And Darren, of course, knows that she's full of shit. He probably
Yeah,
smelled it on her, so but he wants her
yeah,
to
yeah.
talk about it. So maybe at that moment there could be a little awkwardness, and then she could maybe almost be like, because I imagine her like getting more and more just jerky and like, well, this and that. I don't maybe, yeah, it's like fumbling around. But at
Uh,
this point, maybe this is when Darren just sits there and looks at her for a second and goes, Chris, would you mind stepping out for a minute, just so we
yeah,
can? And he's like,
yeah.
oh yeah, of course, because then he leaves, and Darren does that because he
Okay,
knows that on some level it's making her a little uncomfortable to talk about this when she has an audience.
gotcha.
And maybe that could be a thing that Darren Brown says. It's like, Lily, you're always in front of an audience. You're always putting yourself out there. But when was the last time you were ever truly alone with yourself? And that's one of the things about in the movie, right? And she has to think about it. And then she can be like, "Is this part of it? Is this part of the hypnotism?" And he's like, "Oh no, I'm just asking you some questions." And of course, it is part of the hypnotism. So it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it
yeah.
could, and it's like, and he's basically trying to get
Okay.
her into a
Yeah, I like
place of where she's like a little uncomfortable and she's getting a little nervous. And it's like, all right, well, that's okay. I just wanted to get a little bit of information to work with, and okay, we shall begin now. Okay, I just want you to sit down and take 3 deep breaths, and when she takes a huge deep breath in with her chest and like trembling, letting it out. You could tell she's got a lot of shit on her mind and like on her
uh,
stressed out. She takes a
yeah,
first deep
right.
breath and then she's letting it out. And another one and letting it out. And then on the and like maybe after the second one, that's when Darren Brown maybe like up and after Chris leaves, first they're sitting. I imagine them sitting across from each other. Maybe they're even standing, kind of casually talking about it. And then after Chris leaves, they both sit down on the couch together, like next to each other on the couch, like they're one
Uh,
and the same, talking about this thing. Like, how are you? It's like, when was the last time you were alone? Blah blah blah. I don't know. All right. So then Darren Brown gets up and sits. Or no, he's still sitting down. I just want you to take some deep breaths while he's sitting next to her. Okay, gets a little nervous, and then just in Darren's action, he stands up, moves around, and sits down at the chair across from her. And as he's doing that, listen, I can tell you're a little nervous. Just remain calm. Everything is under control. And then he sits down across from her, like facing each other. And then that's
Okay.
when something comes over her and she just like exhales all of it, almost doesn't breathe for a second. Just these, and then just start to, just remain calm. Everything's under control.
Uh,
And then just starts breathing in a different way, more like from her abdomen. But there's like a, after he says remain calm, everything's under control, she's almost just stops and just doesn't breathe for a minute until she
uh-huh.
needs to breathe. And then she breathes
Uh-huh.
in. And then he starts coaching her. It's just like your body will do the breathing automatically. And then just starts going into like a hypnotic suggestion state. And then she goes into
Uh-huh.
the fucking, fractal, not fractal, the astral plane and her dream space.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, cut to the interior of Lily's mind. And it's just the darkness. And you see like a little speck and it comes closer and it's just her in the darkness. It's like, what do you see, Lily? I don't see anything. All right, well, why don't you turn around and walk a little bit down the way? Just like starts coaching her like Inception down into the depths of her
Uh-huh.
consciousness where her wound is. I imagine this whole thing is basically just him leading her down a dream space into her room, into her wound, and just like asking her, "What do you see? What are you hearing? What are you
Uh-huh.
feeling?" And it's like all of the, like a Back to the Future, seeing, hearing, feeling, like all of these things, and then it gets down to that place of like what her trauma is, which I imagine it'll be something to do with Melissa down there.
Yeah.
Oh, which, dude, by the way, I watched this Whitney Houston documentary the other night when I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
at my
you
parents'.
told me about
Did I
that.
tell you about that? Holy,
You just
holy
texted
shit,
me
man.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, there are so many parallels to like Lily and Lilith and what she has to go through and the whole thing with Melissa and the drugs and everything. Like, it's crazy. Um, but anyway, yeah, I see. Like, that's kind of how I imagine the Darren Brown scene happening.
Cool.
What was that? How's that sound to you?
Yeah, that sounds great. That's a great. Yeah, I mean that you kind of just laid out everything essentially because I really wasn't sure where to go or how to conduct it basically. But yeah, that's a good outline for it. And then ending wise, like how does she? I know you've talked about like kind of her coming out of it, and then Darren Brown being gone already, and then Chris coming in, um, and I've honestly always kind of felt a little bit unsure about ending the scene that way. Um, I feel like Darren Brown should be there to kind of like lock it up, lock in the change or whatever, that the version of that is. Or are you still kind of like set on like him just kind of her being in a daze? I feel like he would bring her out of the daze before he left. He wouldn't just let her linger as
Yeah.
she's like, staring into the abyss, and then she would,
No,
however,
no. So at that point, which also, there's no flashbacks in this movie, but this
right,
is the opportunity, if there ever was one, to actually show her and Melissa. Because, like, I imagine when they get down to that wound, it's like her holding Melissa as she's dying,
yeah.
like in her arms of a drug overdose. And this whole time she's talking, you
I
can
know.
see her talking, or what's that?
I should hold on. I just had a thought too. We should reveal something here that we didn't know to the
Oh, yeah.
audience.
Hmm.
This is a great opportunity that maybe we were being misled. Maybe Lily was lying about something, and then we see the truth of
Mm.
it here. I don't know what it would be, but I feel like that's a
Mm.
perfect opportunity for just for us to show something that we thought was one way, but really there was more. There was more. It was more complex. Maybe it was Lily's fault
Yeah.
that she OD'd or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Maybe it's
Whereas
Lily's
before
fault, but
we were under the impression that Melissa was like the crazy one, and she was always the one, that kind of drove the party, and the president's always like, yeah, Melissa was the wild child, and Lily kind of got caught up into it, but maybe it could be the other way, and
the
Lily
other way
was,
around.
yeah, and
I
she
can see that.
maybe Melissa didn't want to do it, or maybe Melissa wanted to stop or something like that, and thinking about her dad, and like
Yeah.
Lily was being selfish, like, whatever. And it's just like, not
Oh,
everyone
come
can be like
on.
a rock star, you can't live like, but Lily's like, no,
Come
let's
on.
fuck.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's just do heroin one more time.
Yeah. Something like
We'll
that.
stop after that. Or, yeah, I could, yeah, totally. Like, build it up like Melissa was the crazy one.
Hmm.
And Lily was simply just dealing with like drug and alcoholism, drug abuse and alcohol, just simple addiction issues. But
Yeah.
really, what the issue is that she has this guilt that she killed Melissa because, in a way, she kind of did,
Yeah.
and that's when we could see that. That's a really cool idea. I mean, it's fucked up, but it's a great, for the story. It's a
Yeah.
cool idea.
And then she could finally maybe come to terms with that, you know.
Yeah, maybe like they have like a little conversation. It's like I imagine her. It's like after getting through this, story through the mind, and she's holding Melissa, and we kind of see that thing, kind of happen in a dream space, and she's holding her as she's dying, and the whole time you can hear Darren like guiding her through this,
Yeah.
and it's like, what are you feeling now? Oh, I feel this. I feel awful. I've been lying and or whatever, lying to myself, lying to everybody. I killed her. I killed her. And it's just like, well, what would you say to her right now if you could speak to her right now? And then she could say something. And then it's like Darren would be like, well, what would you imagine her saying or something? So it's like they could have like a little conversation that they never got to have,
Ah, okay.
you know? And then as being the resolution to the thing where she doesn't have to deal with temptation when she comes out of it, she's like, oh wow, I'm not like tripping out about drinking anymore.
Hmm.
Um, but then yeah, so I imagine whenever she has this moment, um, it's kind of making me think of Shutter Island a little bit with
Okay.
Leonardo DiCaprio, when because the whole thing, like his wife died and the whole thing on the, and he's holding her like in the dream plane, like, and he's holding her and they're having that conversation
Uh-huh.
like they've never had before. It's a similar thing.
Uh-huh.
But and then after having this moment, you hear Darren say like, and when you hear the snap of my fingers, you will wake up and you will no longer have the temptations that affected you. You'll feel like a new woman, or you'll feel free. You'll feel free. You'll feel more free. You'll
Uh-huh.
finally feel free. Like
Yeah.
that, like really like nod to the what her need is.
Yeah.
Um, so that's just this moment, and she can almost like maybe she could even say, or maybe it's just a look in her face that she just doesn't want to go, like that she's here with Melissa, like, and it's just this
Uh,
kind of this peaceful moment. It's like a real shitstorm to get to it, but like once she
right.
finally
Right.
is, she's like, oh my god, it's like, and she has this moment, and maybe it's like, since it's a dream place, like she could be dead, but she could like not be dead. She's not dead. She's like, they're like, her and Melissa are looking at each other. It's like,
Uh-huh.
what do you think Melissa would say to you? And she'll be like, I can't believe you did this to me. I fucking hate you. Or something like whatever Lily thinks that she would say.
Yeah.
But then Melissa's eyes open up and actually says, it's like, no, it's okay. I forgive you. Or something like that. One of these things. It's the opposite. It's like a lot of times you think the worst, and really that's not what people were thinking. She was
Yeah.
holding all this
Yeah.
guilt, and but then it's like, yeah, when you hear the snap of my fingers, you'll wake up and then you'll be free and blah blah blah. And then it's like, snap of the fingers. She wakes up. She's sitting on the couch. Oh, and maybe she's just sitting there. I'm just maybe not, but like I could see Darren doing like some card tricks or some weird like mentalist amusement shit, like David Blaine type of thing. I don't know, like he could be doing something to Chris, like blowing Chris's mind right there. And she was just sitting on the couch, and she wakes up, and they're in the background, like in the kitchen, and Chris is like, "Oh my God, how did you do that?" And he's just like, "Oh, well, you did it," and blah blah blah. And she stands up, and then and Chris, they both look at her, and it's just like, "How do you feel?" And it's just like, "I feel really good." How long how long have I been sitting here? Like she's kind of disoriented about time.
Yeah.
And then maybe
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just like, oh no, it's like I said I snapped my fingers and you'll wake up, and then you just sat there for a while, so we figured we'd just give you the time to come back or something like that. Like they don't actually leave. Like he doesn't actually leave.
Yeah.
But I still like
Gave
the
her.
idea that there is some sort of like time lapse in
Okay.
the from the moment that we hear in the dream space of the snap of the fingers to when she actually opens her eyes.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like in
Maybe.
Get Out, when like after the hypnotism thing and the first time when he's floating into the sink and then just wakes up in bed like, what the fuck, how did I get here?
Yeah. 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 Yeah,
Hey.
I like that. That's all good. And it made me think then like it doesn't need to be said later, but then when she sends Chris at the end to go save the president, like she feels more. We realize that she really feels indebted to the president because she feels responsible, at least somewhat still, for his daughter's death. And he's like, I can't let him die too. So she doesn't have to say that, but like she feels the responsibility, like we need to save him. Like we need to, like I've already let him down once, like we can't let him down again. Chris,
Yeah.
like you need to, maybe she confesses to him at some point, or he just understands through their looks like that she feels responsible for Melissa's death, and that she feels responsible for the need to save the president now. Like it's a
Yes.
personal.
It's oh my god, that's really cool.
I
That
mean,
yeah,
it always kind
especially
of was, it already kind of was like that, but I think now if we actually give her the responsibility for Melissa's death, she really will feel like it's on her to save the president because she owes it to him to
yeah.
save him because she couldn't save his
Yeah.
daughter.
Yeah, this is like what we always imagined, but especially now having that, like
Yeah,
in that scene, a revealing moment and clarifying that. First, it's just like we think that her wound is just like, I mean, it was always kind of like her thing with Melissa and drug addiction and alcoholism,
yeah,
but her real wound is like masked underneath that is is her guilt that she killed the woman that she loved. Like, yeah, you're right. We have always thought that, but um,
yeah. But she
having
was
this
always
like,
kind of she was always kind of a victim in that realm. She was just
mhm.
like Melissa was always the crazy one. But it could easily be like she didn't want to go out, and she was like, yeah, just one more of this, one more of that, or just being a reckless kind of rock star, caught up in whatever.
Yeah,
She can do whatever she wants and not thinking about consequence. um
I imagine too. Some it could be. I mean, it depends on how hard we want to go with it, but the way that John Belushi died, um, he was obviously addicted to drugs for a while, cocaine, and but then started getting involved with this woman who was the girlfriend of the drummer from the band, and she got him into doing speedball and
oh
shooting heroin and cocaine. And it was a very short time before he met her and started doing that he died. That's like one of those things. Like once you start doing that, your days are fucking numbered.
yeah,
And the way that he died was like he was all fucked up at Chateau Marmont here in Hollywood, and he was like trying to like, he was like really high and everything, and she was like, let's do another, and he's like, oh no, like all like incoherent and shit. She's like, all right, I'll help you, and she just injected him with another speedball.
she injected him.
Yeah, she injected him with the final one.
Did she get arrested?
I think so. I think there was a. Let me look it up actually, real
Holy
quick.
fuck, I didn't know that was the case. I
Yeah.
remember always hearing it was because of a speedball, but I never heard it was like Jesus.
What's her name? Yeah, Smith alleged. Yeah, Smith. What's her name? Kathy Smith.
Sounds like a bitch.
Yeah, Smith. Okay, she later bent Belushi again through, um, whatever. Belushi contacted her to buy drugs that eventually killed him. Smith alleges that she injected Belushi with 11 speedballs, a combination of cocaine and heroin, at the Chateau Marmont in Hollywood,
Oh
and
my.
that this injection led to his death. Robin Williams was on the scene at the time and was creeped out by Kathy Smith, whom he deemed a lowlife. Belushi had been battling with cocaine addiction for years, combining it with the occasional heroin use. And so eventually, yeah, so released initial questioning. Spoke briefly on inquiring reports. She quoted in personal interviews saying, "I killed John Belushi. I didn't mean to, but I am responsible." Boom, there you are. Yeah.
But she's not in
There,
jail?
her revelation led to the charge against her and Belushi's murder in 13 counts of administering cocaine and heroin. National Enquirer, blah, blah, blah. Reporters refused to testify at the subsequent trial. There was a trial, and were threatened with incarceration. Uh, but he vacated the contempt order. They let her out. Um, yeah, so she was involved with all sorts of lawsuits for years after that. Smith ultimately returned to the U.S. So she was moving around to avoid the court stuff.
Oh wow.
She accepted a plea bargain, pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and several drug charges. She served 15 months in prison in California Institution for Women between 86 and 88, and she was deported to Canada after her release.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, yeah. So John Belushi was murdered, basically.
That is fucked up.
Which is like, I killed John Belushi. I didn't mean to, but I am responsible. Is like exactly what Lily could do.
Yeah.
But she's not a bitch like Kathy Smith. Fuck that bitch, dude. I heard so many bad things about her.
I bet. I mean, that's probably not the only shitty thing she's done.
No, like she was with, yeah, and the fact that Robin Williams was there the night that he died and was supposed to hang out and do a bunch of drugs with him. That's the thing that stopped Robin Williams from doing drugs altogether after that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because he was really good friends with John Belushi, and he was supposed to party with him. He saw him that night, but then for some whatever reason, Robin Williams like didn't want to hang out there and left.
Creeped out by her.
Yeah.
Can you fucking imagine hanging out with Robin Williams and John Belushi? How fucking
God, back in the fucking like late 70s, early 80s,
no.
man. Like, oh my God, just like doing cocaine and fucking laughing your ass off. Oh my God.
Literally, I would be scared that I would laugh myself to death. I think that'd be my.
Yeah, your heart just comes like.
Yeah. Yeah. That kind of reminds me of, like something similar. I mean, not obviously horrible, but Phil Hartman, his wife, like was battling with drugs and stuff like that, and that's like the big thing on Andy Dick. Kind of got his wife back into drugs apparently, and then
Andy
she was
Dick
all
got Phil Hartman's wife?
yeah
Oh, shit.
back into drugs, and then she was super fucked up when she killed him.
Mm.
So kind of a I don't know similar, just horrible influences. But I remember I forgot who it was, but they were at Phil Hartman's funeral and they were standing there talking to John Lovitz, who was also a good friend of Phil Hartman's, and the other person, another comedian was like, "Man, can you believe that that she killed him?" And John Lovitz is like, "Whoa, you're making it sound way worse than it is." And they just thought that was fucking hilarious. They just started fucking laughing the rest of the night.
Wow.
But yeah, fuck. I mean,
Yeah.
all it takes is a bad influence to get in there to ruin people's fucking lives, man. And maybe Lily was the bad influence.
I can see that's her. I mean, that's the dark side of Lilith, which we don't really ever go into. It's implied through the wound and the internal struggle she feels a lot of time. But like Lilith, the story of Lilith or the story of Sekhmet in Egypt, very similar stories, similar archetypes of being this warrior goddess, female protector spirit. But then like in Egypt, and this is a very similar story to Lilith, but Sekhmet, who's the lion-headed goddess of protection, uh, was given an order by Ra, who is basically like Zeus or like the commander of the administration of the gods or whatever, and was like, go down to Egypt. They're not worshiping me enough. It's a classic, bullshit. Like they're not paying enough taxes to the Mount Olympus or whatever, and they're making too much noise. Like go down there and kill a bunch of them, scare them so that they will worship us again, fear us again. This is like a classic story that all gods do. And yeah, of course, it's
works every time.
Amen. So Sekhmet goes down there and just starts eating everyone in Egypt, like going on like a rampage, murdering people, and gets so fucking consumed with this attitude of like murdering people that she starts killing like everybody, to the point where the Nile starts to run red with blood because she's just killing everybody. And apparently Ra and the rest of the gods were like, oh shit, what the hell is going on? Like, and there's so much more to this story, but this is like, if you look up on Wikipedia, Sekhmet And Ra, this is the bullet points. Like, there's more reason why she was killing everybody,
Uh-huh.
but that's another story. But so anyway, Ra and the other gods had to try to convince Sekhmet to stop, but she wouldn't listen to them. So she was obsessed with drinking blood, and they thought to themselves, "All right, well, how about we give her some wine and tell her it's blood and get her drunk, so she passes out and stops killing everybody." So that's what they did. So Ra comes up and he's like, "Here, Sekhmet," and she just starts drinking wine, gets super wasted, and then just passes out and wakes up the next morning. And Sekhmet, it's like the biggest hangover of all time. She wakes up and sees the devastation that she did, and she goes like, "Oh my God, what have I done? What have I done?" And this is actually kind of an origin story to the mythology of vampires a little bit. The way we see vampires, think of Sekhmet with the big teeth and the draining the blood of Egypt and everything. But that's the thing about Sekhmet, is she's a protector goddess. There's but sometimes that could, if out of balance, it could be too much. So Sekhmet and Lilith, like Lilith in the Garden of Eden, saying, "Fuck you, I'm out of here.
Yes.
I'm not going to fall for your, chauvinistic, bullshit here, Jehovah," and gets out, but then ends up becoming sort of like a demon in a lot of ways.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Right.
so antagonistic to the system that she becomes a villain. Just like Maleficent. Maleficent is Lilith. Like in the original in the movie Maleficent, Maleficent was the queen of the fairies, and she was all the, flew around, did all this stuff. But then the humans and the kingdom started like killing off all the fairies, and they cut off her wings, so she couldn't fly anymore. So of course she gets pissed off, and she makes it her whole life mission from that point to fucking become an enemy of humankind because they did this to her. Of course, at the end of Maleficent, it's a happy ending where
Right.
she gets her wings back and she's no longer evil. It's just like showing this whole idea, the origins of evil. Even Dracula was a good guy but became bad. So
Yeah, Lucifer.
Lilith, Lucifer, yeah, same thing. Um, so I could see like this this be a good moment for Lilith to show like the dark side of Lilith.
Yeah.
Like maybe back when she was in the fabric, there was just this whole aspect of her we didn't really know that only she knew. And Darren really gets her to open up about it, because starts asking her like, "Hey, when was the last?" Like Chris is in there lingering, and she's still kind of putting on the show of being maybe not even Lilith, but just like being her entertaining self. And then
Yeah.
when Chris leaves and Darren's like, "No, when was the last time you were just you? We want to know about you, what you think." And she just has so much guilt about this terrible thing that she did.
Yeah, and I'm thinking now maybe she could have even we could see the whole like the evolution of her and Melissa's whole relationship. We could see them meeting. We could see where both of their we could see more with the president in there too, put a little bit of stuff in there. And then we could see Lilith like getting Melissa into the bad stuff, and she's the bad influence. She introduces it to her, she helps her do it, she brings her into situations where it's conducive to do these kind of things, and then gets her hooked on it. And then whereas Lily is more used to it and in control and knows what her body can take, she's just more in the lifestyle. And whereas Melissa was just kind of brought into it, so then she tries to keep up with people, and because she isn't familiar with the lifestyle and doesn't know how much is too much, it just kind of goes quickly. And kind of like mirroring their passion for each other. Maybe it's a very like Romeo and Juliet esque kind of like really raw, passionate, emotional relationship where it's just like they're just so in love so quickly, and everything's so magical, and there's so much energy going on that Lily's like, "Oh, what would be great right now is if we were both, fucked up on this or that. You should take this. The only thing that would make this better is if we were both, high as a kite," and then kind of introducing this fantasy of a lifestyle and selling it to her. And then
Yeah.
Melissa kind of being more innocent and wanting to go along with what's happening. Maybe she's a goody two shoes. Her dad's been in politics her whole life, so she's had to be in line with everything and act accordingly. Whereas Lily's always been a free spirit, and or in the music world, and kind of doing whatever she wanted, flying by the seat of her pants. that Melissa was just kind of brought into this world that she wasn't ready for, and Lily, she trusted Lily with her life, and
Yeah.
Lily was careless, and she was careless with it, and
Yeah.
either maybe they were at a party, and I feel like she wouldn't be malicious enough to like give her too much, but maybe she brought her into a situation, kind of like Belushi or anybody else, just like they didn't give him the drugs, but maybe put him in a room with people that were just put her in a situation where Melissa like thought she had to do something, or thought she could take more, or even like Pulp Fiction-esque, where she thought she was taking one thing but really she was taking another thing because she just doesn't know. But
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't think I don't see it as malicious
Like
as Lily.
injecting her with the fucking
Yeah,
killing
yeah.
dose.
Or
Yeah.
like take more, take more, take more. I think
No.
maybe,
Right.
but she's in the situation because of Lily,
Yeah.
and either
Oh, dude.
innocence gets the best of her, and then
There's that scene from I was gonna say Blacksmith, Black Swan, when Blacksmith.
Will Smith is
Wilson.
black.
Welcome to Earth. Welcome to the ballet. um, in that movie, when this is like almost mirror image of what we're talking about here, where you've got Natalie Portman, who's like, the perfectionist goody two shoes ballet, just, and then you got Mila Kunis, who's like, woo, like literally the Black Swan, just like going hanging, like, hey, let's just be free, and she's more like what Lily is like, and so they go out to that rave, and then they take ecstasy,
Yeah,
and then like it gets to like this really intense thing, but then and then all of a sudden it's like it's crazy red and green lights flashing back and forth and everything, and then and she's like coming having this ecstasy experience, but then all of a sudden she comes to, and she's like in the bathroom making out with some like random dude, and she's just like, oh fuck, like, oh, where am I, where am I, who are you, like I could see almost like in a situation like that where they're at a party, they're getting fucked up, like you said, like she goes, she's like, they're all hanging out with some people. It doesn't have to. It could all be like almost montagey, but like
yeah.
some
That's
scene.
fun. Yeah,
Yeah, but like she's got like some guy's got her his arm around her or something, and they're all fucked up, and Lily is just kind of like, yeah, yeah, you got like we're gonna go over here, just like, oh yeah, you guys have fun, and she's like, oh yeah, just completely absent-minded and just kind of like carefree, recklessly just lets her, takes her eye off of her. Could be a combination of all those things.
yeah. Definitely, one is kind of like in the West Wing, there's a scene like that too, where the president's daughter and starts dating this French guy, like French royalty guy, who's just trouble, and they end up going to like a rave party, and he, I think he drugs her, but like in a fun, way, like oh he puts like ecstasy in her martini, something like that, and then she ends up getting kidnapped by like terrorists
Fuck.
or something like that. But so he doesn't do the bad thing. Well, he does though, but he puts her in a horrible situation. I guess he does drug her, so that's not quite the same. But yeah, I think it's more of a series of choices and stuff that Lily does that leads Melissa to a certain point, and then Melissa ends up just being in the wrong place at the wrong time or with the wrong people. And then yeah, but I definitely see it in the spirit of the abstract like nature of being in this state of mind that she's in, kind of like Alice in Wonderland esque. So I think it could definitely just be a lot of cool imagery, and it doesn't have to be like, oh, here's the story A B C D. It could just be like showing a lot of images, and
The
like I
only
said,
audio or dialogue we could hear is of Lily describing what's going on
yeah,
because
Lily
Darren's
and Darren,
asking. Yeah.
yeah, him guiding her and then her responding to it. Yeah, it doesn't need to be anything else, and then we could just see a lot of images, even if they're contradicting what she's saying. Like she could be, or she's narrating it differently than it is, or incompletely. And he obviously knows. So anytime she says something, and he's like, "Is that really what's happening, or is that really what you see?" you know,
Hmm.
really digging deep to make sure that she is honest with herself, and then finally gets to the point where she says, or she maybe admits it out loud, like she died because of me, or something, more intense than that.
I could still see her dying in her arms though, like
Yeah.
and get the image too where maybe all of a sudden she comes to her like at that rave or whatever the fuck she's at. It comes to like she comes to her senses and she's like, oh shit, where's Melissa? I gotta go find Melissa. Like, oh come on, let's stay here, baby. Like, no, I gotta go find Melissa. And she's just like, you know, still like just getting wasted, just like
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland, like picks up like a fucking drink me and drinks this, and like people are handing her shit, and she's just taking drugs on her way. And then like, where'd she go? Oh, she's out back. Oh yeah, she's out back. And then they like
Well,
open up, and she opens up. Oh, what's that?
I'm even thinking like with Robin Williams getting a bad vibe from that woman, like maybe she could be like, "Oh, where's Melissa?" And they could be like, "Oh, she's out back with Spencer." And she's like, "Oh, no, like can't leave her alone with Spencer." And like those guys, like maybe there's a group of people there that she's like, "Oh, just steer clear of them." Maybe in the beginning we could kind of plant that seed in the
Mm-hmm.
beginning of this montage, be like, "Oh, just stay away from those guys, whatever." Just telling the audience that those are bad people, and then she kind of leaves her alone, and then she ends up being with Spencer, who's kind of all buddy buddy with her, and kind of like, and then yeah, she's getting all fucked up, and then it's like, where did Melissa go? I haven't seen her. And like, oh, I think she's out back with Spencer and
Chad,
Chad, and yeah, and then she runs out there.
Spencer and Chad.
Yeah,
Fuck those guys. Spencer and Chad. What?
and they're trying to fucking molest her. Probably it doesn't have to be that extreme, but just like in a
She could
horrible
be
situation.
like, yeah, I think she could just be like overdosing. Like in that moment, she walks outside, she's like, all like, like,
And the dude's
hold
like,
her
I
up,
don't know
hold
what
her up.
happened. Like she said she was cool. Like I don't know. I took the same. I don't know.
Yeah, I just like she said she wanted it. Like
Yeah,
what? Get the fuck out of here! And then she's like dying basically,
yeah,
dies in her arms.
yeah, yeah. So it's her fault still, definitely.
Yeah, but she's not. Yeah, she didn't like pull the.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
didn't.
she
Yeah,
feels like
right.
she pulled the trigger,
Yeah, yeah,
which she's never told anybody. I could see
yeah.
her not even really telling that part to Jeff. You know,
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Nobody. I don't think she's told that to anybody, and that's why she has that guilt that haunts her, and Darren Brown knows that.
of course he does. Aaron Brown always knows your guilts.
He does. Son of a
You
gun.
gotta be afraid to hang out with that guy.
He was on Joe Rogan. I watched a little bit of a
Hmm.
clip. I don't know how long ago it was, but
Hmm.
it wasn't like anything exciting. It was just him
He had like
talking
an
like,
art gallery or something he was doing.
oh,
Did,
okay.
did paintings, but yeah, and David Blaine was also just on Joe Rogan.
I saw that. Yeah. Did you watch any of that one?
Yeah, yeah, I did the whole thing. It was great. I love David Blaine.
He's entertaining, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a little more time? Do you want to wrap this up? I got to go pee, or what's your
Yeah, yeah.
timeline?
I'm gonna. I got more time. I'm gonna go pee too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Cool. To be continued. Let's synchronize our sit down.
Synchronize sit downs.
Yeah, I really like this too because it adds so much more of a personal dimension to her motivation for her to want to save the president because she couldn't save Melissa.
Yeah.
And it's
She,
like the audience will know like when she is like telling Chris like you have to save. It's like how am I going to get the president? Like, no, you have to. We have to. I can't let him die too. Like,
yeah.
and there's really not even enough time for like Chris to be like, wait, what do you mean like let him die too? Like, it's just like he kind of can tell, but just we the audience will know like what she means by that.
Yeah, and I think that'll just add even more to with the emotion, like to not even give the audience a second thought that it is the president. Like you're not even thinking that it's anybody else other than him. Like there's no doubt in your mind, and it's not even a matter of like trying to create a mystery like who's going to get killed. It's like, oh my god, like you really like the president is going to get killed, and there's so much on the line, and Lily feels really really indebted to him, and she feels so guilty about it, and like so everyone's like, oh god, I hope Chris can get there and save him. That's people's what they're thinking at that point, instead of being like, is this misleading? Is it really going to be the president? Like that's not even in question. It's like, oh my god, he's got a race to get to the president
Yeah.
right now.
that on top of the motivate or the context of the Pentagon and the 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 Barnhart the shadow the shadow of Barnhart convention at the Pentagon, the
Yeah,
convention in the shadow of the Barnhart, like in that was that in Lost, like you'll find it at the shadow of the statue or whatever, like that's where Jacob
yeah,
will be, like that
yeah.
anyway, so that's like even at that scene, like there and multiple other moments where you can tell that there's a contempt for the president and the way that he's responding to the situation. So, and then like even just in general on the Lincoln steps, the Lincoln Memorial, and there's all these fingers pointing towards the president from different people and different aspects.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's what we talked about. I'm not sure, but I in the Pentagon scene, Hollis now says, "Remain calm. Under everything's under control."
Yeah, yeah, and it's like even the way it was with Barnhart saying that, like when it says Barnhart's voice goes out, remain calm, everything's under control. I feel like in the hustle and bustle of that experience with the lasers and the mandala and the music, it's like I don't know if people are even going to be able to know who exactly is saying that unless we actually see them saying it.
So I wrote that in there
Oh,
that we.
that we see
Yeah.
him say it.
So yeah, right now what happens is right when Chris goes to leave to go on his mission to save the president, he kind of like sees the obstacles before him and he's just kind of like having this moment of like, fuck, how am I going to do this? Like once he's out, by himself out of the trailer and just kind of like, okay, here we go, like seeing all the security and everything, he's just kind of looking, and then all of a sudden big fucking helicopter comes over the top and lands. A big V5 helicopter lands like over there, and that's fucking Barnhart. And then we see, Barnhart get out. We don't see who it is. It's kind of the mysterious thing. We see him walk in. We see he's got security guards, and then he goes up to the scaffolding, like we talked about, and above like the lighting and the sound grid, and he has his own little private booth up in the top. And then we kind of see him as Chris is going on his little mission, also intercutting with Lily performing. And then we see Barnhart, and then we finally reveal once he's up on the top and he's looking out over the sea of people and then onto the stage of Lily performing. And then we like pan around and we see this is Barnhart. And
Yeah,
then the next time we see him is he's speaking into the microphone
yeah,
at the very end saying, remain calm, everything's under control.
and that's
So at
really the
this point,
first time we see Barnhart now, right?
yes. Yep,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah. So and that's I don't think that's too out of line because it's just like we know there's somebody fucking pulling the strings and there's always a boss like above everybody, like the
Uh,
compartmentalization that everyone, even Vincelli and Lilith and Jet, like everyone thinks they're at the top of the fucking the
right.
pyramid, can see everything, but there's always somebody above you. And just
Yeah.
the fact that like some fucking mysterious V5 like helicopter shows up and some mysterious fucking guy gets out and says the command words, it's not even a necessary thing of like, well, yeah, of course, like who was that, it's like in Prometheus, like we never really fucking find out who made the
Yeah.
engineers, or that the engine never get the answers. There's always somebody above it, so it kind of pays homage to that as well. And yeah, I think that makes sense. It's like, no, Hollis, yeah, Hollis doesn't have to say it. Hollis could be on the side of the stage where Barnhart used to be,
Mhm.
because before that helicopter scene was there, it was just like, you see Barnhart, Vincelli, and Chris on the side of the stage. Thor, stop. Thor, hey, hey, put it up.
Right, right, exactly.
Yeah,
And I think
um,
that just kind of makes it more epic. Some shadowy figure helicopters in right before the finale. It's like, what the hell? Just another spicy thing to throw in there to be like, what the fuck is happening right now? This is crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so yeah, so we
I
do
like
we
that.
do see him at the very very end, and
I like that.
thinking that it's Phil Collins looking out
Oh
at
my
his
God, Phil
daughter.
Collins. Yes. Oh my God, dude, Phil Collins is Barnhart. I forgot. Holy shit, that is just like, that's crazy to think about that. Yeah, because there's that picture of fucking Phil Collins. It looks just like Barnhart.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah, man.
Dude, and speaking of these guys, like when I was up at Uncle Bruce's, was it this past time? Might have been this time or one of the last. This time, yeah, it was this time where he told me like his whole life story after the laser show. You could totally make a whole like series or a movie about the laser show on its own. That's a movie. But then
Okay.
there's the story after the laser show when Uncle Bruce is broke and ends up going to the Caribbean to teach down in Montserrat on an island down there. And then this whole thing where he ends up like staging basically a mini revolution with the teachers and the students because there's this whole thing, just a little side story. Uncle Bruce was like teaching and he went down there under the impression it was like a legit school. He didn't want to work at some like, fake ass like, he's got a reputation and an integrity to withhold. And then started to find out there was like, a lot of the students that were coming in, a lot of them were failing. And so one of the investor guys from the school came up to Uncle Bruce and were like, "Hey, we noticed that you're failing like a lot of your students." And he's like, "Yeah, well, they didn't really pass." So, and they're like, "Well, do you think you could maybe just like pass like at least 50% of them anyway?" And he's like, "But they didn't pass. I can't just pass them when they didn't pass." And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, but apparently these guys are involved with like the Chinese mafia down in the Caribbean, and we're like, and that the school itself was a front for all of this like money laundering going on." And the students that were coming, yeah, and that the students coming in, and Uncle Bruce found all this out as he was there, as he was like going through this. And turns out a lot of the students that were coming into that college were like the children of these like money laundering families and shit that really weren't there to become like professors or whatever, so they didn't really do well. And the guys were like trying to strong arm Uncle Bruce into like passing him, and he's like, "No, I'm not going to do that." So he started to rally like all the students and the faculty that really liked him against the administration of that school, and basically threatened the administration, saying, "I'm going to take all the students and the faculty and we're going to go work at another school in Grenada instead," which is the island like next to it. And Uncle Bruce was completely naive to the fact that he was basically like getting ready to sign his own death warrant from the fucking Chinese mafia that were like, "This fucking guy Bruce Lipton is gonna compromise our entire money laundering operation over a bunch of bullshit." Like, no way. So they basically took they were threatening to take his job away, and they slandered him. Everyone on the island like fucking started to hate Uncle Bruce. And at one point, he had a conversation with this guy. Uncle Bruce was waiting to get a job in Grenada, like had no money, had no nothing, couldn't get off the island. He was depending on a phone call from like this school in Grenada to get like out of there. And he literally like he was told, "You're gonna get a phone call, you know, at any point today." So he didn't like move 6 feet away from a phone for like all day waiting for this call. And
Uh,
when he had somebody came over like to talk to him about the situation, and Uncle Bruce is explaining like, "Well, I'm not going to just pass students if they're not." He's like, "Bruce, you're lucky they just ruined your reputation, because they could have just shot you, they would have just killed you." So basically he's like freaking out because Uncle Bruce knows that somebody's going to be coming to fucking like kill him or something, waiting for this phone call from Grenada so he can get to Grenada. Eventually, the phone doesn't ring, and a Jeep comes driving up, like screeches into the driveway, and Uncle Bruce is like, "Oh God, this is it, they're coming to kill me." And it's one of his like co-workers from the school, and they're like, he's like asking him about the school and blah blah blah, and the guy's like, "Haven't you like seen the news? What's going on?" Because Uncle Bruce is waiting for a phone call from Grenada. And he's like, "No, I've been waiting for this phone call." And he's like, "Bruce, the United States is bombing Grenada as we speak." This was
what?
the same day that he was awaiting the phone call to get the fuck out of there, was the day that Ronald Reagan decided to bomb Grenada for like some shit. And the crazy thing was like that the school was right next to this military base, or like a staging area. So like the United States like was Ronald Reagan was at the time touting all these new developments in smart bomb technology, and they fucking smart bombs came in and totally missed the airstrike or the airfield, and just blew up the school that he was supposed to
Holy,
go to. And that's why he never got the phone call.
holy cow!
Yeah.
What did he do after that?
What's that? Oh, so after that, I'm not sure. There was like a whole. I tried to like get the sequence down, but it was something. I think the guy that came was able to like wire him some money to get off the island because apparently what happened was they were gonna do like a kangaroo court and bring Bruce into court in Montserrat to basically put him in jail. And if that were to happen, he's like, he was just saying, like, the last thing I need is just go to fucking court in Montserrat because that'll be the end of it. So he was
Yeah.
able to, some way or another, he was able to get money to get off the island and he went to New York. And this is when he went to New York to work with the same school, but in like, the New York wing or chapter of the school. So he was working there for a while, but then over a short period of time, that school went bankrupt or like changed their shit because it was corrupt. So he ended up losing all of his money. And this is when Uncle Bruce was pretty much broke in New York City. And that's when the whole Popeyes fried chicken story happened. When he was, this is another whole, the whole thing is this is a movie like what happened to Uncle Bruce after the laser show. So he's in New York City, and this teaching was going fine for a while, but then he lost all of his money. And he was basically destitute living in New York City. And there was a guy who he was living with that wanted to take him to like a double date with this other girl. So he's like, all right, I got nothing else to do. Went all the way down to the other end of Manhattan and got there. And it turned out that like the girl that was supposed to be there with Uncle Bruce actually was into his friend. So it's like Uncle Bruce was just sitting there as like a third wheel. And he's like, fuck this, I'm leaving. So Uncle Bruce left and he didn't have any money to get a cab or anything like that. So he had to walk all the way Saturday night up Manhattan to get to where he was. And as he's walking, it fucking starts raining. And he's realizing the fucking, he was just in the Caribbean and the laser show. And it's just like his whole life is in shambles. He doesn't know what the fuck he's going to do. He's like one of those crazy people on the streets, just being like, fuck you, God, fuck this, and fuck you. Like people are avoiding him as he's walking up the streets, pouring rain. And he's realized as he looks in his pocket, he's only got like $3 in his pocket. He's like, you know what? It's only $2 and something cents for a chicken dinner from Popeyes. I'm gonna go to Popeyes fried chicken, and that is the highlight of my life. Like at least I could do that. So he's walking, and he gets to he's getting up there. It's a long walk, and he sees there's a KFC, and he's like, fuck it, it's pouring rain. I'll just go to K. Do you remember this story,
No, I don't. I don't.
dude? This is crazy. So he's like, he sees a Kentucky Fried Chicken. He's like, you know what? It's pouring rain. Fuck this. I'm just gonna go in and get KFC. He goes in. It's pouring rain. He said he opens up the door, and just as he like opened it up 2 inches, a voice, like a calm, collected, perennial voice, as he describes it, just kind of fills him up within and says, "Bruce, you know you want Popeye's fried chicken." And he's thinking he's absolutely insane now, right? So he's like, fuck it. You know what? I came this long. I'm just going to go all the way. Popeye. So he's walking through and just yelling at God. It's pouring rain. Saturday night. It's freezing. He's in Times Square and there's everyone's having a great time and everything. And it's just like, he's just like, fucking people. They're all having a good time. Fuck this. My life sucks. So he sees Popeye's fried chicken. He goes into Popeye's and he orders his, food, which is all the money he has in the world. Just like orders some chicken, and he sits down like it's his last items of life. Sits down at the tray at the table, starts setting everything up, and like looking at it, just being like, okay, let me put the soda over here, and the chicken, lay it out over here, and get the fork and knife. He's just about to take a nice bite of this chicken, and right as he's about to bite the chicken, he said that voice came back that went right through him and said, "Bruce, you want to sit by the window." And he looks over at the window, and it's just like this little narrow window. And you don't want to eat there normally because it's just like Times Square in the 80s. Like people are walking, people pissing all over the place. It's just like, why do I want to sit and watch that while I eat? But he's like, you know what? Fuck it. It's been a crazy night as it is. I'm just going to do what the voice said. So he's like, listening to the voices in his head, right? Puts all his shit back together, and Trey goes over and he's like pissed off. He's like, what the fuck am I doing? This is so stupid, but whatever. So he sits down at the little narrow window, and there's like, Times Square, sea of people walking by in all directions. Sets all his shit up again. And he's about to take a bite of the chicken. He's about to take a bite of the chicken. He looks out the window. There's people flying, flowing by in all directions. He just is about to bite the chicken. He notices somebody walk by. He recognizes her. Like, wait a minute. I think I know that guy. And then that guy, like, backs up into the window and looks at him. And he's like, Bruce. And he's like, what? Guy comes in. He's the dean of the school. for the first place that he was trying to get in, the place he was trying to get into a Grenada.
Oh,
So he
walking by.
comes in, just walking by, and it's like if he could have went to KFC, he could have been eating at that other table. And it was at that one fucking moment in that narrow window that he happened to see that guy. So he comes in, he's like, "Hey, Bruce, how you doing?" And Bruce is like, "Oh, I'm great. Life is great." Like lying up his ass, right? So turns out, and he's like, "Well, Bruce, the thing is we got another job. I don't know if you're available, but we have a teaching position open in the Caribbean in Barbados. If I don't know, are you available?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm available." And it's just like, "Oh, great. Well, how soon can you start?" And it's like, I could start when he's like, can you start tomorrow? And he's like, "Yeah, but I don't have any money." It's like, "Oh, we'll advance you the money." And so within 24 hours, dude, he got money into his bank account, a plane ticket to the Caribbean with his own private villa on a private beach. And like the 24 hours later, he's sitting on the beach just looking out, being like, where he just was. He was just completely broke as a crazy person in New York, and now he's fucking teaching in the Caribbean again.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like one of the every time I see it like Popeye's fried chicken, I always think of that. I'm like, that is insane, dude.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like now that you've said the whole story, maybe I'd heard it before, but
I must have told it, but like in the context of all the other shit, and then he explained as all of this is going on is when he's developing a biology belief. There was more shit that happened in Barbados down there and wherever the fuck he was in the Caribbean. He goes back to the States, and I'm pretty sure he went to Madison, Wisconsin first to teach there. And that's when he first started giving lectures on the biology of belief to like medical
okay.
people. And all of this time, so actually, dude, Mandala was written in 1987. I thought it was 81, but it was
I thought it was
87.
81.
Me too. But he showed, I'm like, I was convinced it was, but he showed, I'm like, pull up the treatment. It's 87. Because I kept saying 81, because in the story, I kept asking, like, when did you write Mandala along the way in this? It was, he went to Stanford, and then I think he went to Berkeley. Or no, at some point, he went to Penn State. And that's when he was writing Mandala while he was at Penn State teaching there.
Huh.
And he started talking about all the people he was working with and like the medical people and students and stuff. And he's like, "Yeah, this one time I was talking to Professor Hollis and he didn't agree with me." And I'm like, "Hollis? Like Hollis from Mandala?" He's like, "Oh yeah." He starts like name dropping all the people, like everybody in that movie are people that like him and his students knew. So he would write it and go in to teach and hand out like the pages of Mandala that he would write, and they would all be so excited to see like, "Oh man, Professor Hollis, he's the bad guy. Oh shit."
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah.
And what wasn't Vincelli like after his brother or his cousin or something like
Ed,
that?
Edward. I'm pretty sure Edward, the name Edward. But I'm not. I think Vincelli, the name was from somebody else. You said all of the names. And of course Phil Cotter. We don't know who that is. Thor.
Where was Barney from?
I'm not sure. I gotta ask him. Hold on one second. Here, Thor. I gotta find out where Barnhart came from. But you mentioned
Yeah.
Jeff. Jeff was. I'm pretty sure Jeff was one of the people that was working on the laser show.
Okay.
Because then, like, it was this time he told me this whole story, but when I was up there the previous time, Bob was there, and him and Bob told me the whole laser story and how crazy that is. I mean, those are two. That could be like a whole series, like a HBO fucking yeah, crazy.
Mandala, Mandala Origins.
Yeah, Mandala Origins. Yeah,
His origin story. That is wild.
yeah. But all that came up when you mentioned Hollis. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta tell you, Hollis was a real dude.
Uh, yeah, he's essentially the bad guy now. So,
Yeah, yeah.
um,
Yeah, him and Vincelli.
and that's pretty much it as far as the things that I was hitting a roadblock with. basically just the hypnotism scene, and and then obviously you'll have to let me know and how you feel about the other stuff that I've added, and other thoughts and stuff like that. Um, and I emailed this last version to Jeremy Seward, and then he said his computer like completely took a shit on him. So then he just asked me to resend it to him the other day, and I was like, "Well, just wait until I'm done with this little draft, and then so we'll see." And I haven't heard back from Corey yet either, but
Yeah, I gotta talk to Corey. It's been a while. We should
and
do a
then
Zoom. We should do a Zoom call with him.
yeah, yeah, I'm done with that. That'd be fun.
Um,
But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm still going back and forth with the New Year's versus Memorial Day thing.
mhm.
Um, so I don't know if I'll actually end up putting that in this version, but um, yeah, I don't know. But that's the only thing. Other than that, I was pretty clear on everything else. Making Vincelli a little bit creepier, adding a little bit more Hollis here and there to let you know that the government is, actively involved.
Like Hollis, you replaced Barnhart with Hollis
Yeah,
in that
that's
scene with the surveillance room.
Yeah, and then instead of seeing Barnhart, when Jeff, goes down into the brain of the dome, he sees Hollis there instead. And then same thing with the
Oh,
very
Hollis is
end.
down there because I thought it was in that version. It was just like a man in a brown suit was down there.
No, he meets the man in the brown suit is when he's in the room when he's
Oh,
looking at but
but then when
when
he's
he
upstairs and comes down,
correct.
right?
And
Okay.
then when Chris is going to deliver the message to the president, he runs into Hollis again
Hmm.
instead of who Barnhart or whoever it was going to be. So Hollis is in there at least two or three more times than he was. Um,
Whose
and
real
then the
name is Teddy Hollis, by the way.
Teddy.
Yeah, Theodore Hollis.
Oh,
Change it to Tim.
well, yeah. Timothy's a little. I don't know. He seems more menacing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think we want to use the real name of the guy.
No.
And then there was that scene you were asking me about with Vincelli and um,
Yeah.
yeah,
And Lily, like what should be? Because right now it's just like I have it that Chris and Lily are in there, and they're like, "Oh my God, we need to." She, have that revelation, listen to the message, and she's like, "We need to contact the president" or something like that. And then Vincelli knocks on the trailer door, so they don't have time to do anything else. Um, so then that's when she gives her plea to Chris, like, "You have to go, you have to get this to him, no matter what." Blah blah blah. And Vincelli's like knocking on the door, and then he's like, "All right, cool." And then Chris opens the door and he's like, "Hey, I was just leaving." And then Vincelli was just there to like, it's just Vincelli, I think, right
yeah.
now. And then no bodyguards or anything. And then it's him just wishing her well. And then that's where I wasn't
Yeah,
really
I
sure.
wish her well.
Yeah. Oh God, I didn't even think about that. But like, yeah, I was just like, I don't know exactly how that conversation, what it was supposed to accomplish. Now I was just unsure of. So you're just saying some like passive aggressive kind of like, don't fuck it up, or I
Yeah,
don't
well, I
know.
mean, like I was kind of teeter tottering on this moment. Like it's one of those things where it's a scene where the audience thinks they know what's really going on via Lily, who at this point also thinks she knows what's going on. So it's
Yeah.
like, and I feel like that could be funny juxtaposition if like Vincelli comes in, who up until this point has had very considerable aggressive like Lilith get your shit together moments, menacing Darth Vader kind of type shit. But if like and we're almost expecting that when that happens, like and the door shuts and it's Vincelli standing there and
Yeah.
it's Lily and Vincelli, Lily and Vincelli standing, and it's like what's good, what like almost like a standoff. Like what are they gonna say? Who's gonna speak first? And I could see Vincelli almost being like, "Man, I'm so sorry." Like I could see him almost like just like having that look, but then just all of a sudden being like, almost apologetic about, because this is the night of the final show, right? So it's like I could see him being like really apologetic about, and like I've got all this shit in my head, and like I'm sorry, like I've been acting a certain way. It's just the show means so much to me, and I know it means a lot to you, and like almost kind of like side swiping like what you would expect Vincelli to do in that moment,
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
and Lily is just like watching him, just kind of like venting about shit that like she already doesn't trust him. We don't trust
Yeah.
him. But it's like, but to see him starting to apologize, like, oh, it's just like, almost in a way like pleading with Lily, like, because he knows that this is all up to her now. And I think Vincelli is like, I would like, and I'm not fully convinced about it yet, but I just thought it might be interesting if he was like, just trying to, it's just like being almost overly nice with her, which is
Okay.
like out of character for him, like up until this point. And she is just like watching it. Guys, stop. Isabel, come on. And she could just be like, I feel like a lot of it is just Vincelli talking, almost like vomiting like words of like how excited he is about the show, how much he really cares about her, how much sorry he is, and like, and her just kind of like the ones.
His like is his intention like above all else? Like he just needs her to go on and put on a good show. So he's doing and saying everything he can right now to make her feel as
Yeah,
comfortable or as like anything to get her to go on the stage and put on a
yeah,
good show.
yeah. As opposed to the opposite of this scene, which it used to be, the parallel version, which was
Yeah,
like
right, right.
fear, like
Yeah,
ultimate fear and trauma to like, do what we say, and kill Chris and the whole thing, and like you have no choice, blah blah blah. But it's like at this point, the real villain, because Barnhart was in the room that said that shit, like you selfish bitch and all that. Like, what a great scene that would have been, though. But like Vincelli's job really is like what his job has always been, is to like handle Lily. He found her in the first place. I can almost see this being, because this is the last time that they really talk. I can almost see this being like the capstone from the beginning when they first meet to
mhm.
now. Like if you were to like after the whole movie's over, like cut those two scenes together to see when Lily meets Vincelli and how that happens, and then this is like when Lily, he like sends her off to the stage or whatever. It's the last time they talk, and it's just like I could see him being trying to be nice on that level, but he's so fake and so phony about it,
And
and
she
she
sees
could
right
see
through it.
right through it, and she's just playing into it, being like, yeah, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
yeah, just kind of like not like kind of yesing him and stuff like that, and it's like maybe even it's like I imagine Vincelli the way he's talking about it. It's like when sometimes when people get nervous, they talk a lot. They like
Yeah.
over talk things, and like I could see him doing that.
Okay. Where he's
Um,
almost yeah, he's almost like yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. He's like
like
already yeah, yeah, yeah. We're
like
seeing this.
pleading with her.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like without actually begging her to go on, because he knows
yeah,
that like he's not stupid. He knows that you know, because it was before this, shortly before this, the whole Bender happened. Yeah,
yeah.
right. So like, like even though like he's got to maintain control, it's like now is the game time. Now it's the end game moment for Vincelli. Like he's got Hollis breathing down his back, Barnhart's coming, fucking Barnhart's gonna be here tonight. Like, he can't. He's playing a very risky game. He's been playing a very risky game,
Uh,
and now it's like trying to be like we're in this together, right, Lily? Like I got your back, you got my back, right? Like, and she's like, yeah, I got your back, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I got your fucking back. Like and like whatever this is going on, like intercut with Chris, like like on his way to like on his way to try to see the president, which I feel
uh,
like would be building up for quite some time, up until
yeah,
almost like up until the moment the show begins.
yeah. He could get caught up a couple of times too. We could see like people approaching him or just hitting roadblocks. Like I have realized that we do need more conflict. uh,
Yeah.
like tiny conflict. You know, we have the grand conflict, but the in between scenes don't have really a lot of conflict in them.
Especially
So
during that, yeah.
yeah, especially during that, we need more and more and more, like everything. Like, so I tried to watch all the fucking Harry Potter movies on Plex, and I couldn't.
The first two are terrible.
I couldn't. So I just couldn't do it because it was I don't have like an emotional attachment. I never read the books,
Yeah.
and they're clearly meant for what, like 10-year-olds or 11-year-olds or 12-year-olds or
The
whatever.
first two. The first two. Did you make it to
Yeah,
the third one?
I started the third one, and that's the only one I saw in the theater.
That's
So
the best one.
I'm a half hour into uh, Prisoner of
Of
Azkaban,
Azkaban.
right?
That's the best
Yeah.
one.
So those movies are literally every 2 minutes there's a roadblock. Oh
Yeah.
no, another conflict. Oh no, I fell here. Oh no, somebody caught me in a compromising position. Oh no, I found a sock. Oh no, I saw something I shouldn't have.
Oh, no.
And I get it. Everything, you know? Like every 2 minutes there's something. It's like nothing really happens in the movie. It's always just a series of conflicts and roadblocks
Yeah.
that they have to keep overcoming. So instead of one thing happening in a scene, nothing happens in a scene. It's like we're here to do this, but I couldn't even get to that because my shoelace fell off, and then I saw a spider, and then
Yeah.
something fell from the ceiling, and then I heard a voice telling me I need to get Popeye's chicken. Like it doesn't it doesn't stop, but it did make me realize like we need more like small conflict in Mandala, like even in
Yeah.
the between scenes, and especially at the end. And that'd be perfect for Chris. You know, he should hit every roadblock he should just to build up the suspense of it. You know, like
Yeah.
the whole last 15 minutes of the scene, starting from when he leaves the trailer and when Vincelli comes in, should just be a series of like
Hmm.
conflict. Barnhart comes. There's people in the crowd are a little bit antsy. You got this happening, the president, you know,
She's
this and
playing
that, and
Richie
then so
Havens, and Vincelli's freaking
yeah,
out.
yeah. Maybe she
And
breaks a string, you know, before that even happens, and then she breaks the guitar, and then Chris runs into an old friend that recognizes him, and he's trying to get in a conversation, or you know, Vincelli tries to catch up with Chris, or he sends somebody after him,
yeah,
or
yeah.
he drops the
Political thriller,
phone.
man.
Yeah, exactly. So we could use more of that, even in the movie in general, just like little things that have to overcome. You know, the audience knows that they're probably going to overcome these obstacles, but we need to add, you
Hmm.
know, as the movie goes on, especially the second half of the movie, we need more conflict,
Absolutely.
but not quite Harry Potter conflict.
Yeah, no, the fucking yeah, that not quite Harry Potter conflict. No.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, I
yeah.
couldn't do it.
Got,
It's
I
so
know.
long. They're like 2.5 hours long. Every one of them. I'm just like, why?
I'll be honest. Like I've seen them all a few times, but I usually like I would rather just start at the Prisoner of Azkaban and work my way forward, because from that point on, I'll be honest. Like I think they're much more enjoyable to watch because they're not like 7 year olds anymore.
Yeah, yeah,
And you got some like legitimate good actors going on in there, like Gary
yeah,
Oldman.
yeah.
Um, and the story gets darker, gets more fucked up. But like every time I go to want to watch from Prisoner of Azkaban, I'm like, yeah, but I feel like I gotta watch the other two to catch myself up. And every time it's like, Harry, like I can't. The acting is just so bad. Like I can't stand it. Like in the first two
Yeah,
movies, just like oh, and it's the same fucking movie. What the fuck? It's
yeah,
the same fucking movie, both the first and the second movie. It's like
yeah, yeah,
literally the same thing.
yeah,
God, I guess like, and they're so bad, like acting. And I don't even attribute it to them as much as also the director, Chris
yeah.
Columbus. The first two movies were just
Uh,
like really bad. And what's his name? Alfonso Cuarón did The Prisoner of Azkaban.
I think that's the reason why I saw it in the theater. I was like, oh shit, like he's directing, and it looked darker, it looks
Yeah.
more mature.
Hmm.
But I think I was just so worn out from the first two that like
I don't blame
half
you.
hour, half hour into the third one, I'm just like, God damn it, I can't do this.
That's so funny, man. Because like every now and then when I look at Plex, I can like when I put something on there. I could see what people are watching. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
John's watching the fucking Chamber of Secrets right now. Fuck, is that an accident? Like that don't seem right. That's why I
Yeah, I don't
texted you
know.
Harry Potter, dude.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, oh no, he sees me. Uh,
Come on, Thor.
but yeah, yeah, yeah. So
But
yeah,
dude,
okay.
even that
I like
wait, hold that thought. I gotta get Thor.
yeah.
Thor, come on, buddy.
God damn it, Thor. Get it together, kid.
Such a baby.
He is such a baby.
Um, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna go over, reiterate, saying I like the that idea of Vincelli behaving that way in the
Oh,
end,
yeah.
kind of almost in a way we've never seen him before in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's and that could just be really and it really again puts it's putting the pressure as opposed to the other way that it was like much clearer, like, you know, they Lily was the target. This is more just like with the president's the target, and Lily's got a huge role in this thing of being the front singer, the front man of the fucking Liquid Crystal show, and Vincelli is just like this. We're not going to even be able to, like, in his, like, she's thinking like on some level, you know, he's got to know that they're going to kill the president and that they need me to do it, and he's just begging me to do this right so that they can get their job done,
Uh-huh.
like be complicit in their plan, like, you know, or you know, follow through with their plan. And then also, dude, like the that whole scene, like the more drawn out, like, you know, Harry, we'll call it the Harry Potter sequence of Chris like trying to get to the fucking president, um, adds so much more believability also to Chris being, you know, an accomplice of Lily as well.
Yeah,
Like, it's not like he faked, yeah, I'll go get it to the president. Like, you know, you never see him again. It's like he's actively trying to do it because he loves her.
yeah, yeah. He
But
does.
when it comes down to it, he's got a boss. You know, and then
Yeah,
fucking Barnhart shows up, the boss of everybody.
yeah. And I've been seeing now. So one thing that I think we could do to kind of solidify that we do trust Chris, and you know, just because always in the back of my mind it'll be like somebody will ask, why didn't Lily just go on stage and say, hey, president, get out of here? You know, like the question that now haunts us once we realize it, like, why doesn't she say something on stage?
Right.
Even if Chris was going to save him anyway, like, why wouldn't she just say, President Bacon, get out of here, I think they're going to kill you? You know, like, so that'll always be in the back of my mind, kind of like, because it's a
Same.
logical question
Mm-hmm.
for anybody to ask. But if she actually believes, and the audience actually believes that Chris really is going and he is going to be successful, I think. So, two things I just thought of when you were talking is one, that when Chris is about to leave the and Lily kind of sends him on his way, I think Chris should, you know, he should be like, oh, this isn't, I have to do this. But then I think Chris should reassure her, and like, he should have a moment when Vincelli's banging on the door, like, where he tells her, like, I can do this. I can do this. You can trust me, you know. And then the audience believes, and we see that he cares about her, and we see that he actually believes that he can actually get to the president. So we think that it is possible. So we don't have to, as the audience, we don't have to worry about like, well, Chris is probably not going to get there. Why wouldn't she just say something on the stage in the microphone? So we
Mm-hmm.
really, really should believe that Chris wants to do this, and he believes that he's capable of actually getting to the president. And then adding to that, we should see somehow, I don't really know how, but we see Chris, you know, intercutting, getting further and closer to the president. And then maybe we even see Lily see him like in the president's booth or something really close where she thinks, oh, he made it, you know, like the false hope of like,
Yeah.
oh, he got there, you know.
Yes.
But then maybe, you know, and then maybe we don't see that Hollis like grabs him right after that or something like that, but some sort of false hope to Lily where she believes he accomplished the mission, so that then she could finally finish
Yeah.
the show. And then after having that roller coaster, and she's like, okay, everything's okay, the president's saved, and then she sees him on the side stage, and then all the the jumbled facts as Uncle Bruce wrote come crystal clear into her mind and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
And if maybe even not just seeing in the rafters, but like it would be on one of the big screens. Like
Oh,
they're
that
like, and the president of the United States is here, President Bacon, and like there's a like it's not just like a spotlight on the fucking booth, where there'd be like a big monitor with a close up camera angle, and you could see the president. And like, what if that's like in that camera angle, it's like you could see like Chris in the background, like just getting into the room or something like that. Just it's because it's
okay.
like for like I can see it being kind of difficult with her eyes to
Yeah,
see
yeah,
like an individual that oh there's Chris, like there would have to be like on a big fucking screen like oh thank God it's
you're
Chris,
right.
like just fucking
Yep.
Kit
We've talked
Harrington
about that.
standing there vaping next to the president, be like all right he's vaping, we're good. They're vaping together.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he passes him his vape.
Yeah, it's like all right we're good.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, then I
I
mean
suppose I could put that in there just in a simple way, but I think that's probably more realistic. And then when we're shooting it, obviously, like as we've talked about a couple of things, we could talk with the director of photography could help us figure out the most
yeah
practical accomplishing that. But I really think that that'd be a good moment to give that false hope to Lily to make
yes
her feel like, oh,
yes
he made it.
absolutely.
He
And
made it.
he
He
made it. Oh no, he
made it.
didn't make it.
No, no.
No, no.
Yeah.
The ending story.
Yeah.
The story that has ended. No, no,
Oh
no,
no.
no, no. Oh
Dude.
no. He made it. Oh wait, no, he didn't make it. Um, I was also thinking too, what might be interesting in that scene prior to this where Vincelli is like, acting kind of weird, trying to like, be nice to her. And, on some level, it could be an act as well. Like, that's the thing about Vincelli, that she's looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is this all
Yeah.
about? What are you trying, what do you want from me right now? Like, what the fuck? Like, can never really trust Vincelli.
I really like that juxtaposition too from the first scene where they meet, where she's like captivated by him and he's behaving the same way. In the last scene where she's just not buying his shit at all. Like she's seen this facade enough. He's putting on all his charms and his bells and his whistles, and she's just like, in the beginning, she's like, "Oh wow, this is great, this is awesome." He manipulates her into joining this thing when she really needs a break, and then at the end, he's pulling the same moves, and she's just like, "No, nah, buddy, I'm
Right.
not buying it."
But then what might also be kind of part of his, he's doing that, like, that's what the majority of maybe like 80% of that scene is. But then like, it accumulates with them sitting down and she, having this kind of weird dialogue where she's like kind of yesing him and, just kind of, because in her mind, she's like, I'm on to you, fucker. Like, we're on
Yeah.
our way to deliver the truth to the president. Like, I don't care what you do, you're not going to kill the president. On some level, that's what she's thinking about, like when he walks in. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, back to her original, um, like her lie, the thing that, you know, got Vincelli to able to get his hook into her in the first place was that she wants to save the world, you know, with her, like how she originally wanted to save the world was with her music and her art and her performance. Like, if it's like, even if she were to go on stage, like there, it's like you could take, like, ask a logical question before this. Well, like, if I were her, I just wouldn't go. I would just be like, I'm protesting this. I'm not going on that fucking stage. Yeah, try to do this thing without me.
Yeah.
It's like, why did she even go on stage? So it's like Vincelli could be like, doing all this shit, and she's like, yeah, you lying son of a bitch, like in her mind. But then, like, it gets down to a point where he reminds her about how, like, I don't know exactly how to word it yet, but like her music and her performance and how important this show is. Like, he reminds her about how important this show is in reality, beyond, like, because all she's thinking about is saving the president and like saving the world, and the political thriller aspect in her consciousness. But then, like, and that's Vincelli gets down to some like area in her mind and just was like, your music really, this show, has changed people's lives, because it has. Like, you know, it's like the shows are amazing, and I imagine with the music and the production and like seeing it, watching it, and the audience experiencing it, by this point in the movie, it's like, yeah, we want to know what the fuck's going to happen with the political rock thriller, but we also really want to fucking see this show because we know it's going to be the best show of all time. And she knows, and she almost like forgot because she's been dealing with all this shit with Jeff and the conspiracy and the fucking president. And it's like, that's all she's thinking about when Chris like leaves and he enters the room and he does this little fucking bullshit, like we were saying, like from the beginning of the movie, but then like somehow gets down to a real moment, like an authentic moment that she actually like contemplates, like why she wants to do this show. It's like everything's on the line,
Uh-huh.
and I could just not go out there, and it could even be as fucking like Vincelli, master manipulator bullshit, being like as contrary to before, like you're gonna go out there, you're gonna play the show whether you like it or not. Kind of like that scene after Jeff dies now, where it's like, all right, you don't want to go on, you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
Vincelli could even almost be like, I know you've been through a lot, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to do this. In fact, I don't think I would do it if I were you. I don't know if I got your strength or your character to be able to do this. So it's like shit like that. And then like, it's like, and then she could, what if she like hypothetically, yeah, what if I just fucking left right now? What would you do? It's like, well, my career would be fucked. You know, and like just like a weird, like it go from like a really bullshit Vincelli moment to a seemingly humble moment, real moment that like it really just comes back to Lily realizing that like this is her life's calling, is to play this show. It's like not that she forgot about the president, but it's like she forgot about why she was here in the first place.
Yeah.
Is for her music and her performance, because she's not a victim going out on that stage.
Yeah.
Like in her, you know, that was I think the essence of the original version before this, is that she is not a fucking victim. She knows what she's doing. But
Right.
maybe she doesn't know she's going to get killed, but she knows that going out on that stage, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like another thing so that when she goes out on stage and we know the president's going to be saved, she sees Chris up there, that's off the thing. And she knows she needs to be there. This is like in her mind, it could also be, it's like, yeah, like there's this conspiracy going on, but she's like, I have the power to manipulate this crowd. And then that's what she does when she sings Freedom and gets everyone to do the syncopated clapping and just like looks over at Vincelli and like gives him the finger and be like, yeah, they're mine, bitch. That you think they're yours, they're fucking mine. I'm in control here. Just another
Yeah.
level of reinforcement that like, you
Well,
know,
yeah, and he is really good at his job. Like, there's a reason why Vincelli is in charge of the liquid crystal thing.
yeah.
It's because he's exceptional at his job. And yeah, I can see almost maybe he's not going in there to the trailer with the plan of, you know, kind of sucking up to her in the beginning and then you know veering into an emotional thing. He kind of just plays it as it is, and then but then he's so good at his job, he's able to be like, you know, turn on the real version of himself and get deep and almost essentially, like we said, going back to the original pitch where he's just pitching her and he's like, this is what you're destined to be, you know, where he gives her the whole Lilith speech. Like he could almost give her a different version of that, but actually mean it this time, you know, and he's not selling her because she agrees with him, you know. So in the beginning he's selling her and trying to get her on board, and then at the end he comes in and he just tries to fluff her up, and he can see that she's not buying any of his shit. So then he could really just kind of be like, yeah, drop like he could drop the facade, you know, in a Vincelli way, and then be like, this is, you know, at the root of it, this is what we've talked about. This is when we first met, you know, I told you that this is what your destiny was, and you agreed with it. And then she could kind of be introspective and be like, oh, you know, not say you're right, but we could see that she's like, yes, like you were saying, I kind of lost sight that this is the pinnacle. This is what I was meant for. I'm a performer. I'm the greatest performer on the planet. Like I can control these people. I can still really influence people positively. And I'm meant to perform this show, this greatest show of all time. But like you said, I like seeing her like kind of remember that she lost track that she's a performer, you know, because there's so much going on and you have to do this and the conspiracies. And but then being like, no, this is the greatest opportunity of all time for the greatest show of all time, and you're the greatest showman of all time,
Yeah.
and you're capable of that. And her and him kind of re coaching her into remembering that
Yeah.
this is what her destiny was. And I really like that idea that this could be a really kind of up and down scene of like, oh hey la di da, and then all of a sudden like, no, but for real, like this is it,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
like, I know I've been so
so many
awful to
levels.
you, and I don't know if I'd be able to
Right.
do if I were you. Like, and again, another one of those things too, just in general, like with the cabal or the Illuminati of like manufactured consent and authorized perceptions. Like we authorize this. You know, it's like, oh my god, this is happening. Like, yeah, well, you fucking voted for this to happen. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you wanted this to happen. You asked for this. You maybe were not conscious of it. Maybe it was subconscious, but nevertheless, you know, you asked for this. So it's like one of those. I could see it also again, just another one of those moments where, like, almost really takes her aback, address that question head on. Well, you know, why doesn't she just not go on stage if this is all happening? If she really wants to save the world, she would just not go on stage, right? And Vincelli could just be like, you know, because all the shit that's been going on, it's like, I know I've been so hard to you. I don't know how you'd be able to do it. And like, I mean, do you even want to do this? And then she can honestly be like, no, I don't. I really don't want to do this. And then he can have a real moment and be like, I don't blame you. What if he like, this could be like a real like misdirection moment in the sense of like I don't even know if it's misdirection or whirlwind of just like, what the fuck is going on right now? Who do I trust? Where do I put my attention on? What if this was like another method of Vincelli, whether he, you know, maybe he plans this because he's the best at what he did, or it
Mhm.
just comes naturally to him. But what if
Yeah,
this
I
was,
think
yeah, it comes naturally to him. He could also like, you know, when she says no, like, do you, but like, you know, does the whole thing, blah, 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 and realizes she's having this thing, asks her, do you even want to do this? And she just sits there and just says, no, I don't. And then that's when he starts giving her that talk about maybe like the first time he heard her. But I could see another little thing to build rapport that she can trust him again. Because this whole time she's like, I know you probably don't trust me. You could like put all the cards on the table. I know you probably don't trust me. And she's just watching him like, what the fuck is going on? And then he walks over, you know, and the thing is, at like maybe, I mean, this could be her trailer, could be Chris's trailer. Let's say it's not her trailer. Maybe they're in Chris's trailer.
okay.
And that could be another thing too. Like, while like they're trying to secretly do it when Vincelli's banging on the door, you know, it's like, oh, I was looking for you. You weren't in your trailer. You know, it's like she was trying to evade, you know, Vincelli because she knew it would be a very quick matter of time before he came. So that was like their little window. Like, Chris, quick, get to this president, right? So anyway, they're in Chris's trailer. So there's a reason I think about that is because there's alcohol in there. So Vincelli, God bless you, like when he puts all of his cards on the table, and it's just like, you probably don't trust me, and I don't blame you. And like it just kind of goes on this thing, but I can see him while he's talking about this. I lied about being in AA. That's just something I told you because I really wanted you to be on this show. Like, as he's pouring a drink, and she's just watching him do the thing that he said he doesn't do, but he's saying, "Yeah, I was lying about that." But I have to be honest with you. It's like because he's fucking. We saw him drink once as the audience, and she could see him, and it's just like, this is his moment of being real with her. Like, after all this, and then that's when
Uh-huh.
they like, he doesn't have a drink and sit there with a drink, but he like pours a shot and like takes a shot or something, and then sits down. And it's like, I don't have the strength that you do to do what you do. I wouldn't want to do this either, because this is all from like him asking her, do you even want to do this? And he's like, no. So it's just, again, bringing it back to that choice, like giving her that choice again, being like, you know, after painting the picture of why he loves her, why the world needs her, why this is your thing, but also being like, you know, you don't have to do this. You always have a choice. Vincelli fucking even saying that. And it's again
Yeah.
mirroring that thing from the beginning. And on some level, you know, just with the psychic shit or the psychology, it's just like, not like when Jeff was with Dr. Teen and had all these suspicions, and Dr. Teen's like, oh, they're just upward mobility. Oh, maybe I was just overthinking things. Jeff is thinking. It's not exactly like that. It's not like Lily at this moment. It's like, oh, maybe there really isn't a conspiracy. It's not
Yeah,
that level. She knows there's a conspiracy, but with this experience of Vincelli being real with her, it comes, and he coaches her back, guides her back into like why she's there in the first place. Which is more important than the conspiracy at a point. That's the choice she makes. It's like she's like, no, I need to do this, and it's okay because Chris is on his way. That
yeah,
she can
yeah.
make that choice. She's not like saying, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna do the show and we'll see what happens." She makes a calculation with the information that she has.
Mhm. Yeah, and so what I've added in there, which Vincelli could allude to, is in the beginning when narrator Bob is out front of the club before the first show. That's the first time we see Vincelli, because he's outside in line, but he's on the phone, so we're not like introduced to him yet,
We
but
see him.
we see him. Well, maybe we are introduced to him. I'm not sure. And then
Not
we
formally.
also we also see him in the show in the crowd. So we go back to him a couple of times so the first time we see him right now is when he just kind of comes at the end of the show. But now we're kind of like linking. We're like, all right, this guy's here, kind of like in the original vein of like four out of place gentlemen are in the crowd, and we know that they're in the crowd, and then we watch the show knowing that these guys are in the crowd in Uncle Bruce's spirit. But now it's just Vincelli, so we know this guy, um, dressed nicely, is there, and he's on the phone and he's standing by himself. So he's not there because he's a super fan. So we already in the beginning you're like, all right, well we're watching this guy and we're watching the show. You're not necessarily thinking anything nefarious is happening, but we're seeing Vincelli and we're seeing Lily and kind of connecting them initially instead of.
Does narrator Bob introduce? Is he like, oh, it's Edward Vincelli?
No, no,
We just see him.
no, they kind of pan across. They're like, this is when he's looking for people to interview, just in
Right.
the line, like, hey, and Vincelli's like on the phone and he kind of like turns away, because he doesn't want to be. So there's no recognition by anybody. It's just like we see this guy and he doesn't want to be on camera. That's all we get. And then we
Yeah.
see him when they're kind of starting up the show, and Vincelli just kind of stands in the back by himself. So you get this idea he's just kind of there. He's there for the show, but he's not there because he's a hardcore fan. And then, but you kind of see he's like business like. He's there for business. We get that. And then during the show's going on, and then we see Vincelli, and he's honestly enjoying the show. So we see that he's there on a very strict, like, I'm here to observe something. But then in the show, you could see that he's actually like, whoa, this is really cool. Like he's actually like captivated by her. Like,
I love
whoa,
that.
like this is a legit person. So maybe he can kind of recant that when they're in the trailer and be like, I came to the show as like a business thing, but when I was there, you, I was sold on, like, you got me under your spell. Like I understood what. Maybe he could mention Barnhart or whoever. He's like, I understood why I was sent there, in the beginning, because originally I was just sent there and it was like a thing I was doing for my job. But once you started performing and I saw, what you were capable of, and I felt the energy of what you can create, I was bought into it right away, and I was sold. And that's when I knew that maybe he could even say I was supposed to go to like 3 other shows later that week to see other people that we were possibly going to recruit. But once I saw your show, I knew that you were the one. And that's that same energy that you gave me in that tiny rock club. I knew that you were this is what you were destined to do. And so maybe that can kind of coax her into, or motivate her back into also remembering that final show and what it felt like to her, and then being like helping her remember that she is a performer. And he's like, you sold me when I wasn't even coming in to buy anything. So like I feel like that could speak a lot to her, and then he could actually mean it, because we
Yeah.
saw him
He
we
actually
saw
means it.
him like get into the show, and by the end he could be like, maybe like take off his
His
hat, or
tie
like,
takes off his
yeah,
tie.
yeah, right,
Unbuttons
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
It's just like, yeah, rolls
yeah,
up his sleeves. Like,
Yeah. Something to indicate that he actually, in the beginning, we see him at first, he's business, and then at the end of the show, he's like, he had a good time.
yeah,
And I
I like
think
that.
speaking that to her, that really could be like, you're right, I am, reconfirm to her that she's special and
Yeah,
she's a performer, and
yeah,
this is her
yeah.
show, this is her stage. No matter what else is going on,
That's where
this
she's
is
supposed to
what
be.
everything has been building to in his career, but also in her career, to put this the greatest show ever,
Yes.
and it'll be a major missed opportunity for her not to go out there and
Yeah.
put this show on.
Yeah. Yeah. And then giving her like that choice, like you don't have to. She doesn't want like at first acknowledging you don't want to do. I don't want to do this. Telling her all that stuff, and then giving her just sort like you don't have to do this. But then I don't know if you wrote it in there yet, but that scene that we were talking about with Mike, where um, after the narrator Bob stuff in the beginning, when we see like right at last in the draft I have now where it's like it pretty much goes inside and the lights come up and the fabric plays, but there's a scene before that where it's Lily and Jeff and
Yeah,
she
I
doesn't
did.
really. You did.
That's the one where I told you I kind of I kind of went a little bit. Um, I feel like I want you to read it because it's ridiculous.
Okay.
But it also, so you'd let you get back in what you're saying, but it relates to, so I think Lily should have um, both of our tattoos on her. I think she should have at least one or two of your tattoos on her one of her arms, and then at least some of my tattoos on her other arm, because Jeff comments about this tattoo because I get so many people because it says EIA, and then it has the Project Mayhem smiley face. And literally, I just met somebody last week and they commented on it almost immediately. But people are always like saying things what EIA means. So that just was like a funny thing to me that she has a tattoo like this and Jeff kind of makes light of it because it's just like an opportunity. And then later on, after he dies, when she's on side stage waiting to go on, she looks at her tattoo again and remembers the funny thing that Jeff said about it. So
And
that
yeah,
that
and that there's the choice, like that she didn't
yeah,
want to go on stage, and he's like, no, the show must go on, kind of a thing, right?
yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
yeah.
again part
I
of the
don't
thing with.
have like, yeah, I don't actually have the show like the prompt thing of like the show must go on, but it
This,
reminds her of Jeff and kind of lightens it up, and I
right,
don't know.
right, cool, because there's that whole
Well,
because
yeah, I'll see how it reads. I'll see how it reads to you, and if we need to add more of like a we need to do this kind of energy in there, we could do that. But as of right now, it's just kind of like a lighthearted thing to kind of make her laugh and release the tension of like, oh, Jeff just died, but wait, Jeff's still with me. Let's go put
right,
the show.
right,
But,
right,
so there is that scene in the first show where she's nervous and you can
yeah,
tell like it's the last fabric show and she doesn't want to like she doesn't know how to feel about it, and then he notices it, and then he makes that comment about her
lightens her up,
tattoo.
and then goes
Yeah,
back on. So it's essentially
yeah,
communicating that the show, you know, you don't want to do this, but hey, don't lighten up. That's a can be a
yeah,
aggressive thing to say, but like uplifts her a little bit so that she does want to
yeah,
go on. So
yeah,
it communicates that. So yeah, like and bring that up too. So there's that first scene in the beginning when that happens when he's still alive, and then the second time it happens is after Jeff dies, and then Sally's like, "All right, we'll cancel the show.
yeah.
Like we should go out." And then she remembers looking at the tattoo, like, "Oh shit, the show, the show must go on." Essentially, if no, I'm going out there. So it's her own choice again to go out there.
I
And
can't wait
then
till you read what I wrote. By the
I
way,
can't. I'm looking forward to it.
like, now that I think about it, it does say the show must go on, but in a very ridiculous kind of way.
Excellent, perfect. Um,
Okay,
and
yeah,
then and then the a third the third time where Vincelli and her are in Chris's trailer, and it's that same thing where it's like, no, I don't want to go on, and then Vincelli does the whole thing, which mirrors the first scene, but also kind of spirals in all of that stuff about like this has been like her life mission throughout the entire movie
yeah,
is like, you know, what like the last show of the fabric, the last show of this tour of Liquid Crystal,
Yeah.
and feeling reluctant to go on, but then having forces in her life and in her own remind her about why she must go out and do that. So it's like an interesting thing where it's like, should I go out? I don't want to go out, but I have to go out, kind of like,
Yeah.
rippled out multiple times throughout the story. So that's cool.
Yeah.
And,
And
and
I
again, puts it in her choice. Like, you're like, it's like, oh, this is my, like, really, like, here's your little window of opportunity. It's like, do you want to go out? No. Are you sure? eh, yeah, okay, I'll go out. But it's because I want to,
yeah,
which
right.
is like exactly what their fucking plans are in the first place, right?
Yeah. And I like the kind of Vincelli kind of, going masks off in that last trailer scene, like, because it's the full, it's he has to use every trick that he's got. There is no next scene for him to convince her. This is everything. Everything's riding on this. So he'd be like, I like that. You probably don't trust me at all right now, and you have every right to. Like, I lied to you. Look, here I am drinking XYZ. Like, him kind of, and she doesn't expect that amount of honesty, I think. So that when he does, like, kind of say whatever he says to her about how great she is, then she's like, oh shit, like, this doesn't feel like it's part of the act, you know.
Right, right.
And it helps her think more clearly and more honest with herself, like, this is really what I need to do. But right, because what you said, but because I need to do it and because I want to.
Yeah, yeah,
And I think that just makes it so much more complete and more motivated for her, to actually go out and perform and feel good about it. But also, like, still has that little, I'm gonna improvise and play this freedom song and kind of fuck with, like, okay, Vincelli, I'm gonna do what we want, but I'm still gonna fuck with you, like,
yeah,
I'm still in control. And I think that says a lot about her, and it also gives her the confidence, like, all right, I'm doing what my bosses want me to do, but it's because what I want to do, and also I'm gonna fuck with them a little bit.
right.
It's kind of like when Nirvana was going on. I don't know if it was like the MTV Awards or something like that, and they were supposed to play either "Smells Like Teen Spirit" or one of their super popular songs,
Hmm.
and they were upset with these people for some reason, or just like hating, just classic Nirvana, like fuck the corporate people, that they started playing "Rape Me" in the beginning. Like, it kind of starts similar, just to fuck with them. But they only played it for like 25 seconds. But you can imagine how many people behind the scenes were fucking freaking out
Yeah.
when Kurt Cobain started saying "rape me." Like, oh my god, what is happening? And then all of a sudden they stopped and they went into their other song. But that's kind of like what she's doing with Freedom. It's kind of like, all right, here comes the show. She's going on there, and then all of a sudden he's like, Vincella's like, wait a minute,
This is not the
what the
fucking
fuck is
song.
she
What
doing?
the
She's
fuck is
like,
she doing?
ah,
Yeah, I know.
I
It's like,
got you, bitch.
like, and like all the rest of the musicians are just kind of watching it, like not knowing what to do. But
Yeah,
she's so great at performing, she like consigns everybody to start like
yeah,
improvising with her, and then they start playing. Everyone, and then she's just like, I imagine she's got the guitar on like the strap, right? And she like swings it around like onto her back, just like, whoosh, and then starts doing the syncopated clapping thing, like everybody clap, and then everyone starts clapping.
uh-huh.
That's when fucking, maybe off screen, her father is just like, we need to get there now. We need to get there right
Also, just just had a thought. Uncle Bruce, shot of Uncle Bruce in the crowd
now. Oh yeah. Yeah,
for
like
the
that's
moment, for the moment of in the moment, the genesis of Mandala, but actually have Uncle Bruce be in the crowd, seeing him get the idea for
yeah.
Mandala
Yes.
while in the crowd.
Oh my god. It's like we have to make this movie so that he will get the idea to write the movie that we're going to make.
It's like Bill and Ted, man.
It's just like Bill and Ted. Oh my god. I'm so excited that's coming out Friday. Oh my god.
Gotta face the music, man.
Oh,
It's gonna be so Mandala. It's gonna be crazy.
no.
I'll probably text you 100 times when I'm watching it on Friday, to be
Yeah,
honest. But
I'm gonna. Do you know where to get it on demand? Let me see if I can
I
find it.
don't. My buddy took care of it. I'm sure it's just. I don't know. I don't know.
Night to
Maybe it's
watch.
easier if you have like a cable provider. I think he probably has cable, so I don't know.
Bill and Ted Part 3, Face the Music. Oh my God, there's a cool website. Okay, so you can get it on Amazon,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Fandango, Verizon, Sony, Apple TV, Amazon. Click here. Yep. Pre-order $24.99. Amazon.
Is it just?
Available tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow, I think.
Oh my
Um,
God. I'll watch it
is
on
it
Friday.
is it a multi-watch thing, or do you have it
Oh,
forever
that's a
when
good
you buy
question.
it?
Let's
Or
see. Um,
I feel like if you buy it for $25, you should be able to watch it infinite amount of times, right?
yeah, let's see. Purchase options. No, I think it's just buy it. I think you get the movie when you do that.
Okay, good, good.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm not buying it. Steve's buying it. I'll
Yeah.
I'll download it though.
Yeah, I know. We'll do that. It'll be on post. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. Well, that's
yeah.
a lot of that's really cool stuff that we're discussing here. And it's
Yeah.
a lot of like um, just harmonies into the symphony of the plot and the characters that give it nice bookending, beginning, middle, and end
Yeah.
harmonies between certain characters and certain scenes. Um,
Yeah.
which,
Smoothing
yeah,
a lot of stuff out, connecting everything, because everything was connected as in a mandala, but actually connecting them, linking them to each other, so we can, the mandala, we can see that this part is linked to this part, and
yes,
it
yes,
feels a lot more cohesive and what did I write? Um, yeah, well, just weaving everything together better. That's what I was reading.
hmm yeah, yeah. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
so it's
just
you on the first. So I'm gonna send it in on Monday. So we got one. Tomorrow's Thursday.
my sister's reading it.
We got
I
5 days.
should text her.
What did you say about?
I sent it to her last week.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Yeah, and she said she's gonna read it. I can text her, um, and talk to her tomorrow and see if she should get back to us before
Yeah.
then.
I mean, obviously we highly value her input.
Yeah.
But yeah, if yeah, I feel good about all of that. And then I just got to add a couple of littler things here and there, like a little bit, one or two more creepy Vincelli scenes,
Yeah.
just like watching girls walk away, or you know, I don't know, whatever. I'll just
Yeah.
watch. I'll watch some Joe Biden videos and get some ideas.
Yeah. Just Joe Biden. He is like Joe
Nephew.
Biden's nephew. Yeah. Vincelli. God, Joe Biden. Ugh. And Trump. Ugh. It all sucks.
Whatever, man. They're not gonna fuck with us making Mandala. So,
No, no. This
well,
is beyond them.
except they might cancel movies if Trump gets reelected. only
Yeah.
only propaganda movies.
Yeah. Only right wing propaganda movies. Movies about Jesus. Mel Gibson will now be in charge of Hollywood.
Hmm. God, what kind of movie would Trump have someone make? It would literally make him just look like the Messiah, right? Like, if make a
Yeah.
movie about me. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet.
Dude,
Like,
there is a movie coming out. What the fuck is it called?
like
But
a
it's about the
documentary?
Mueller investigation, and there's a
Oh,
guy who plays Trump.
it's like a dramatization. It's not a documentary.
Right.
What?
It's called The Movie. Oh wait, no, that's from last year.
Yeah, that's honestly, I'm very surprised they haven't put out what that. Like, this goes back again to not being smart. If he was a smart fascist, they would have had a movie out by now. You know,
Right. Oh yeah.
Oliver Stone. They should. Why didn't they get Oliver Stone to make a movie for him? I'm sure they would have fucking loved it.
Dude, Oliver Stone. Did you see his Joe
Joe Rogan.
Rogan?
I saw clips.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I feel like he
I still don't know what side he's on. I'll never know what side he's on.
I think he's on the good side.
I know it seems like he is, but I don't know if he is.
Yeah, you know, his son is like big time on our level.
What? Really?
Yeah, Sean Stone. He's got like a show on Gaia TV called Buzzsaw, and they talk all about like, you know, everything from aliens to conspiracies to secret space programs to the fucking Epstein's to blah 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 blah. Yeah,
Is he our age or older? By
about
old?
our age. I think he might be a little bit older. He was the kid that was in The Doors that played young Jim Morrison, and he also played Kevin Costner's son in JFK. He is born in 1984.
How about that?
Yeah, but he is like, oh wow, oh, he converted to Islam in 2012.
Huh.
Interesting.
I did see, yeah, Joe. I only saw clips, and they were talking about JFK, and Joe Rogan was saying how he believed that someone could make that shot. He's
Yeah,
like, it could have been.
I don't
And
believe it.
Oliver Stone was like, no one can. He's like, no. Joe was like, the shot is possible, but like saying, I think like, oh, it's a 1 in a million. He didn't say it's a 1 in a million shot, but he's like, it's possible. Like somebody could make that shot, and Oliver Stone just like, he couldn't have made that shot. And he's like, well, maybe he couldn't have, but that shot could have been made. So Joe was like
Yeah,
promoting the solo shooter theory still, and Oliver Stone pretty much was like,
no,
no.
no. There's no and he's like, look, wait till the next this documentary that he made. That's gonna potentially come out. This new like updated JFK documentary that he Oliver Stone said he's like will definitively prove that their story is bullshit, and it's gonna like go into all the new stuff and developments and everything. Yeah,
Is that part of
yeah,
the reason why he was on there? Was to
I think so. No, maybe. I think
interesting.
so because I think there was a book that there. It's a documentary he's been working on for years. But
Yeah, it definitely seems like it was a passion project for Stone. Like
yeah, yeah,
he's about that.
yeah. Joe Rogan's funny with conspiracy theories. Like some things, it's like he used to be like full on into it,
Yeah.
and now he's like not so much. But then once Bob Lazar went on, he's like all about aliens again.
But then
Like I,
he's not about people wearing masks. Like I don't really get it.
yeah,
He was
he's
because
not. He's not about people wearing masks.
well, when Bill Burr was on, he was like saying like, oh, he's calling people pussies and saying
Yeah,
like, I mean,
yeah.
that was it's been so wishy washy with like in the beginning, in the
He's on
very
a high horse. He's on a real high horse because he's like super healthy, you know, and he has the money and resources and like willpower of like a madman
yeah.
to stay healthy. And like, you know, I can understand that. It's like from a perspective, but it's like to hear somebody like that say, like, it's like, you know,
Well, it's
of
a
course, of course, Chris Hemsworth is jacked. He's got a fucking personal trainer and he's got the money to afford shit like that.
yeah.
Joe Rogan is like, it's all willpower. You just got to get out there and just fucking do it. Whether you know you don't want to do, you just do it anyway. Wake up at 4 in the morning and run around your house. I don't give a shit. Like, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then he just kind of like applies that, projects that onto other people sometimes. Like,
Yeah. I feel like he's almost becoming also a victim of his like caricature because he was always so good at being honest and open about stuff. But now I feel like he's being kind of like being more aggressively like open to possibilities instead of like passively. Like with Oliver Stone as an example, like saying it's not impossible for that shot to be made by Lee Harvey Oswald. It's like, well, no, it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely. But he was like aggressively saying how possible the shot was. And
yeah,
whereas before he'd just be like, well, I don't know, because that was always his thing. He's like, I don't know, tell me about it. And I'm not going to be set in my ways. And that was why he was such a good interviewer because he was never
right,
like, this is right, this is wrong. He's like, I don't know, teach me. But
right.
now he seems a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, certain, you know,
Yes,
like,
the certainty is there where it's like, nah, man.
yeah, I
But
remember when I was listening
well,
to
he's
that.
got different priorities, and I
Yeah,
think
well,
he's moving out of LA. He's moving back to
he's
Texas.
moving to Texas, yeah, in Austin. Um, yeah, they're even building a studio out there. But but yeah, like I remember listening to that thinking like why are you defending that? Like that's but then he immediately went into the if you want to focus on something, that is totally fucking bullshit from the JFK conspiracy is the magic bullet theory.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, a bullet turning midair and doing all this shit and like not, you know, that, you know, like I can understand Joe doing that on a like on a almost a diplomatic thing. Like, sure, maybe a shot like that could be made, but it's like under those conditions, like, are you going to stand by that? Like, I guess like in a lot of ways, you don't need to invoke if you want to prove a theory, you don't want to invoke things that are unnecessary for that theory to be
yeah,
a thing. Like, for example, the concept of lost civilizations. The show Ancient Aliens would have you think that here, look, here's an example of a temple in Turkey. It's they uncovered it. It's 30,000 years old. It completely predates everything that we know, and it's advanced civilization. Changes everything. How did they do it? It must have been aliens. Here, look, they carved a guy and he's got a ray gun on it. So there you go. Therefore, it's the aliens. It's like, you know, you don't. First of all, we're dealing with a ancient civilization, which is not a common perception. That's like pseudo archaeology. So if you want to first prove that, you know, you could do that. You don't need to bring aliens in to
yeah,
prove that that's a lost civilization.
yeah,
You know, not to say aliens aren't real, but it's like, you know, in science, you got to build, you know, one brick at a time,
yeah.
you
True.
know? So, like, so I can understand maybe on one level Joe Rogan doing that, especially now where he's like into hunting and guns and hangs out with a lot of those types of people and shit like that. I'm sure, you know, it's like a shot like that could be made with like a high powered rifle and all that stuff. But it's like, do you know, like, how it's like, how do you really know? Do you
Yeah.
talk to somebody that said they fired that exact gun from that position? Like, they're not letting people shoot a fucking that same gun in Dealey Plaza to test it out. They're gonna close down Dealey Plaza like in modern days and just like, we're gonna test it out and see if it's possible. Like, they're not gonna do that.
They did have a documentary back in the day. I do remember, and some like old army veteran, like one of the old like the OG History Channel JFK conspiracy thing from like 20 years ago,
Oh, really?
and they had a guy up there, and they timed it with the same rifle, and he was like an 80-year-old guy, and he was able to like he didn't shoot, but he was able to like you know cock it, click it, cock it, click it, cock it, click it within like the time frame. So they
Yeah.
that was like them proving that it was capable for somebody who knew how to handle a gun to get 3 shots off in the time frame. But obviously he wasn't actually shooting, so the
No.
accuracy is a whole other level. Like being
Yeah.
able to get a headshot in there. But it's
Not a
kind of
moving
like
target.
yeah, it's kind of like with 9/11 arguing that the Pentagon, the plane that hit the Pentagon, they did that ridiculous maneuver where they went around in a U, or they went around in a circle, the tightest circle, and they came back down and perfectly hit the bottom of the Pentagon without hitting the grass before it, like absolutely perfect 270-degree turn, I think it was, and then hit perfectly without hitting the ground. And they're like, well, it's possible
Yeah, but from
for,
some guys that just
but
learned how to
then,
fucking fly.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So it's like the same argument. It's like, well, it is possible because
Yeah.
apparently it happened, but saying that this guy, Lee Harvey Oswald, who we knew wasn't a good shot, and then this other guy who took these pilot lessons in Florida and failed them, it's highly unlikely that they were able to perform those maneuvers, but it's not impossible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that also, I agree, it's taking away from the argument because the magic bullet is so much more ridiculous. Building 7 is so much more ridiculous. It's just like,
Those are the equivalents,
yeah,
equivalent to each other for
they
sure.
don't make any sense. There's no
No,
defending that.
no.
So I guess I see what you're saying with Joe Rogan's point. He's like, all right, I'm not trying to harp on the things that could be proven or disproven because there are things that are ridiculous, that are
Yeah,
completely ridiculous,
yeah. Literally, the
unexplainable.
the last Jenga piece that you pull out that makes the whole thing. You know,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
pick it up.
I remember I still can't believe that the magic bullet is still the official
Yeah,
story. It's the official story.
right. Yeah. And it's just like, we're moving on. And like President Obama said, like when he was asked about a lot of the shit that George Bush and Dick Cheney, like war criminals, right? people wanted change from that. He ran on ending the wars and all the good stuff that he said, right? Hope and change, and yes, we can. And then when he came into power, it was like, so are you going to go after those guys? And he's like, basically said, well, no, we're it's not productive to look into the past. We should be looking forward. It's like, well, how convenient. Like,
Yeah.
so like when it comes to crime, like when it comes to all the people that are in jail for crimes in their past, we should let them out, right? Because it's in the future. We're moving forward here. We didn't, or are all those people locked in up in there because of the crimes that they're going to commit in the future?
Right. Exactly.
Like, why are they really in there? So yeah, it's like JFK, 9/11, moving on.
Moving on. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, wait till Trump lands on the. We're gonna think it's the aliens, and then Donald Trump's gonna come out. Him and Joe Biden are gonna come out and be like,
Oh yeah, together, holding hands.
together, yeah, holding hands. Oh
How
my god,
disgusting! How disgusting!
that would be so shocking to see. That would be like the ultimate shocking experience.
Yeah, that'd be on the YouTube highlight video. Shocking moments of 2020.
Shocking, yeah. Joe Biden, Donald Trump holding hands on an alien ship in front of the White House. Everyone stands there silent.
Everything's under control, guys.
Don't worry, we're gonna both everything. We're good. We're good.
All good, man.
We're actually from the future. It's all good.
Part of the plan the whole time. We just had to go through the motions of killing hundreds of thousands of people and lying to everybody and shooting black people. Just par for the course.
But you know what? We're moving forward.
Moving forward. Don't worry about that. Yeah.
We're not dwelling on don't dwell on the past. Come on.
Holding us back, guys. You guys are all caught up with these war crimes and murders. Like, come on.
War crimes.
Get real.
Come on. We're protecting you.
Yeah.
You want this. Hey. Stop it.
I don't think they liked our sarcasm.
Yeah, no, apparently not.
Shit, man. All right. Well, that's all I got from this end. I think we definitely sussed out all the stuff that I was, up in the air about.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and then also, I want you to read it obviously before I send it in to Francis. But if you don't, it depends. This should only take me a couple of days, but you never know.
Yeah, I'd love to read it.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to at least get your thoughts on.
Absolutely. I can't wait to read it.
Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. And then obviously I'll probably be WhatsApping you the next couple of days, just
all right.
if I get any roadblocks and stuff like that.
Perfect.
Also, yeah, whenever I signed up for Circa's Patreon account.
Oh, nice.
So that's when I kind of got in contact with Colin, and they got some cool covers they've done, and some cool like live versions of songs that they've done where they're all in their own houses and stuff like that. But
yeah,
some cool stuff I'd want to listen with you at some point or talk about. They got cool
definitely.
All right, man.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate this conversation. Appreciate you and the work you're doing, and this definitely uplifted me. There was a point earlier today I was feeling like what the fuck about the world, but
same.
Always feel better after chatting with you, my brother.
Same feelings, man. Yeah, I'm happy we did this, and we definitely made a lot of good progress. So yeah, I'll be working on that hopefully tomorrow, because I'm going to be Bill and Ted on Friday. And if you decide to watch Bill and Ted on Friday, let me know too, so we could.
I will. Yeah, we will.
About it. Got time to finish it, man.
All right.
Love you, brother.
Nice music. Love you too, brother. You have a good rest of the night. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
I'll upload this, next day or so.
Yeah, if you could, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I could. I'll try to upload it right away, just because of the time.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, man.
All right, brother. Good times.
Peace out.
Peace out. Peace out.